Introductions by members. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Joining us today in the gallery is Grand Forks City Councillor Everett Baker. Councillor Baker is owner, along with his family, of the Grand Forks Funeral Home. He's a strong believer in volunteerism. He's been president of the Boundary Food Bank, member president and padre of the Grand Forks Royal Canadian Legion, past chair of the Grand Forks Social Services Advisory Group. He's a Rotarian, and this, check my glasses, Honourable Speaker, it appears he is the president of the BC Liberal Boundaries to Milkameen Riding Association. So, yeah, I'll tell you this, Honourable Speaker, he is my favorite BC Liberal right now, and some members might say that's a low bar. I disagree. He is an exceptional person. I've been working with him on the issue of housing in Grand Forks. He is committed to finding solutions for Grand Forks with me, for people who are on the margins in Grand Forks, and he's put himself on the line, and I'm incredibly appreciative of our relationship, trying to solve this problem, and that we put the politics aside to work for people. I'm very grateful for that. So will the House please join me in thanking Councillor Baker and Councillor Congrats.
Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the gallery today, a number of good friends and activists, labour activists, Laird Cronk, President of BC Federation of Labour, Suzanne Skidmore, Secretary-Treasurer, BC Federation of Labour, Pam Charan, restaurant worker and organizer with Workers' Solidarity Network, Ellie Calloway, bartender and member United Food and Commercial Workers, Lisa Langevin, staff rep of BCGEU, Karen Ranaletta, president of CUPE, Martina Boyd, legislative coordinator CUPE, Justin Smith, K-12 coordinator for CUPE BC, Kirsten Dobb, K-12 coordinator for CUPE BC. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that they were out there again today advocating on behalf of the workers of British Columbia to improve their working conditions. And my understanding is today they were advocating paid sick days, I understand, for all workers. And I'm advised over there, they're talking about 10 days. Mr. Speaker, we will be making that decision before the end of the year, but please join with me and give them warm welcome.
Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to welcome my wife, Kate Macaro, to the House. I wouldn't be able to do anything I do in life if it wasn't for Kate. And my 3-year-old daughter, Charlotte. And Charlotte had a great meeting with the Premier today, where I think her first question was, what do you do? And I can tell you, as soon as she found out, Mr. Speaker, that the Premier's office doesn't have ice cream, she said, I want to go see Mr. Speaker's office. So we're looking forward to stopping by after, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that Baby Yoda is also in attendance.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I too have my daughter in the gallery today. I would like to introduce Addison Walker to the House. And I know she's paying attention, not because she is the diligent 11-year-old daughter of an MLA, but because security would not let her take her book in with her. So props, I know. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If the whole House could join with me and make her feel welcome.
Member for Victoria Beacon Hill. Nope. Oh, sorry. Okay. Vancouver Falls Creek.
Me? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 guests with me today here at the Legislature, the 3 part-time Constituency Association members for Vancouver Falls Creek, Dario Grusian, Apollo Chung, and Tandy Niziku. Now, this talented trio not only supports me in my MLA work, but most importantly, they do a wonderful job supporting the needs of the people of Vancouver Falls Creek. And, may I mention, that between the 3 of them, they do so in 8 languages. Would this room please join me in thanking them and welcoming them to the precinct.
Member for Vernon Monashee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Today, I am honored to introduce two very special guests from my riding, Vernon. Lucy Cross and her spouse, Rob Cross, are joining us in the gallery. They have traveled all the way from Vernon and are excited to be here. My friend Lucy and I work together as patient care coordinators and bedside nurses at Vernon Jubilee Hospital. Lucy has been working as an RN for 37 years. She worked in ICU, emergency, infection control, education, and medical units, both as an RN and as patient care coordinator. Lucy loves to support clinical practice for nurses, and she's great at it. Rob is recently retired after 40 years of work as a power engineer. However, Rob is still passionate, and his greater passion is Vernon Search and Rescue. So where he has been volunteer for over 24 years, and Rob is currently involved in the planning of new search and rescue building in Vernon. Would the House please join me to make my amazing guests feel welcome and thank them for their incredible contributions to save life and help our community. Thank you.
Member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And even though the Attorney General stole all of my lines of introduction, I want to reiterate the welcome to Councillor Everett Baker and also the fact that it's a good indication, a good representation of how I think, especially in rural BC, we're able to set aside the political differences to actually get things done that are important for our communities. So thank you, Everett, for being here today.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so pleased that we are joined today in the gallery by a very special, dedicated, passionate advocate from the First Nations Steering Committee. Deborah Jeffrey is a member of the Tsimshian Nation, has a master's degree in education, a law degree, and has been the executive director of FINESC since 2010. And you know, really, more than all of that, Debbie has been for decades a fierce advocate for the right of Indigenous children to quality education. And I would also like to recognize FINESC President Tyrone McNeil, who is unable to attend today, but is also a very passionate advocate and a trusted partner as we work together to ensure all Indigenous students can thrive and succeed in culturally appropriate schools and indeed throughout their lives. Would this House please extend a warm welcome to Debbie Jeffrey and thank her for her important contributions to building a better future for Indigenous children.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to congratulate Lucy and Derek Quang for their 50th anniversary on October 17th, 2021. And I'm just going to say very simply, for a young person like myself, it is definitely an opportunity to witness the everlasting love and commitment to one another. Will the House join me and pass on our congratulations to them, please?
Any more? Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 25, Entitled Education Statutes Amendment Act 2021, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read for a first time now.
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce Bill 25, the Education Statutes Amendment Act, which will make a number of amendments to the First Nations Education Act, the Teachers Act, and the Criminal Records Review Act to support the exercise of First Nations jurisdiction over education in British Columbia. First Nations in this province have been working to advance jurisdiction over education for more than 20 years. And today marks an important milestone in that work as we bring forward legislation to support the broader jurisdiction initiative. A number of negotiating First Nations are currently finalizing individual agreements with the federal government to exercise jurisdiction over education on their First Nation land in British Columbia. The negotiating First Nations will become participating First Nations once these agreements are brought into effect. And the legislation we are bringing forward today has been co-developed with the First Nations Education Steering Committee, which is acting under the direction of the negotiating First Nations. It will enable the province, at the request of the participating First Nations, to provide operational support to those First Nations' own teacher certification and regulation processes under their jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a step forward in our work to implement the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act and the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Ultimately, supporting First Nations control over First Nations education will help to provide First Nations students with access to educational opportunities that will ensure they are confident in their self-identity, their families, their communities, and traditional values, languages, and cultures. It will give them skills they need to thrive in contemporary society, and it will prepare them to access any opportunities they choose for higher learning and employment. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for... Oops, sorry. Stop. That's what I said to do. That's...
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, again, you heard the motion, question. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Richmond-Steveston.
The hazards of earrings and masks. Well, we're just going to do it like this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that makes my community of Steveston and Richmond so special is that we have strong connections to each other and the desire to learn from others in the community to make our little place in the world a better place for all. On September 30th, the National Truth and Reconciliation Day, the two Steveston businesses that decided that taking the day off wasn't the constructive action, and they wanted to see that action for reconciliation. Steveston Barbers Raymond Suji, who is Indigenous, stressed the importance of, and I quote, people taking action and doing something for a day to make a difference. He knows that there is a lot of work ahead of us for reconciliation in Canada, and we should have a designated day for learning and action, not a day to take off of work. From Steveston Tattoo Company, Métis tattoo artist Logan Howard feels the emotional weight of what happened to generations of his ancestors. While many people he spoke to were using the day to learn, reflect, and listen to Indigenous voices, he expects that that number will grow even more for the next National Truth and Reconciliation Day. Both Steveston Tattoo Company and Steveston Barbers agreed that the day wasn't a holiday, but a day that needs action to create change. They teamed together to raise over $5,000 for the All Nations Outreach Society, a charity run by James Harry Sr., who is Raymond's cousin. The Government of British Columbia is working with Indigenous peoples and organizations to understand how best to commemorate the day in a way that is meaningful and respectful. And I appreciate the efforts of those in my community of Steveston that have demonstrated to all of us the principles of reconciliation through dialogue and action. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize Dr. Karen Kowski, a Whistler physician, for her exemplary leadership in the challenging field of family practice, be it in Whistler or around the province. Dr. Kowski was recently named Citizen of the Year for at the Whistler Excellence Awards for her efforts to elevate family practice medicine by deeply rooting it in the wider community. She achieved this success through the practice of social prescription. Social prescription enables healthcare professionals to refer patients to non-medical community resources to aid in supporting their health and well-being. In Whistler, this meant expanding the role of healthcare professionals to supporting and advising the community on many social determinants of health, such as food security and housing, financial stability, and emotional supports, as well as many more. During the height of the pandemic last winter, Dr. Kowski and her colleagues were meeting with patients that were struggling to pay rent or groceries or were just feeling lonely and unsupported. To help with this need, Dr. Kowski helped set up partnerships between health workers, community-based social services, nonprofits, and the local government that will hopefully continue far beyond the pandemic. Through the practice of social prescriptions, patients were able to access more of the supports they needed, like food bank deliveries, rent relief, and emotional support. Recognizing that people's health and well-being are largely determined by a set of social, economic, and environmental factors, doctors are encouraged to work with the communities to create social prescriptions. Beyond this, Dr. Kowski has been a mentor to newer physicians and has been integral in community initiatives to increase the ratio of family doctors to residents, which has become a crisis as the business model for family practice becomes increasingly challenged. Dr. Kowski is a shining example of a commitment to community, a leader in the benefits of implementing social prescription, and a visionary who is working on the future of family practice in the sea to sky, all with the goal of improving patients' overall health and well-being. I'm sure you'll all join me in congratulating Dr. Kowski on her well-deserved award. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What books are you reading right now? I'm reading Mission Economy, a book that challenges us to rethink the role of government to put public purpose first to solve problems that matter to people. It's written by Mariana Mazzucato, someone who's working very closely with our government on our economic recovery plan. I'm sharing what book I'm reading because today is Drop Everything and Read Day, and it's also School Library Day, and October is Library Month in BC. If you aren't currently reading a book, why not stop by your local library and pick something up? Libraries offer children and learners of all ages, including new Canadians, a welcoming, supportive place to develop a love of reading. But of course, libraries are about more than just books. If you go to your local library's website, you'll see many events where you can connect with others in your community on common interests. My own Port Moody Library has a very popular baby time that's not only for babies, but their parents too, where they can come together and socialize. And throughout the pandemic, libraries have been on the front lines, delivering services, helping people stay connected, entertained, informed, and prepared. That includes getting access to computers and even printing out your vaccine card if you need help with that. Library Month is a great time to recognize the critical role that libraries play in building healthy, resilient communities and supporting families and learners of all ages. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all library staff, volunteers, and board members across the library sector. Thank you for all you do.
Member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today for two connected reasons. The first is to recognize October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer can afflict both men and women, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage women under the age of 40 to learn how to do a regular self-exam and women over the age of 40 to get a mammogram on a regular basis. The second reason, Mr. Speaker, is to thank and bring awareness to a dedicated group of women in Abbotsford who since 1999 have raised over $3.2 million to help those fighting breast cancer. They are affectionately known as the Crystal Gala Gals. They have an interesting motto: no overhead, no office, no fluff, and they mean it. The idea was hatched by Tammy Priest and Jerry Charles, and the committee met around a kitchen table and continue to do so. They are fiercely proud that not a penny raised goes to overhead, Mr. Speaker, as so they should be. They have raised funds that purchase specific equipment in Abbotsford, Langley, Mission, and Chilliwack hospitals. The annual Crystal Gala is one of the best loved and most popular events held in Abbotsford, raising approximately $400,000 each year. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, due to COVID restrictions, the last 2 years the Crystal Gala was cancelled. Undeterred, the Crystal Gala Gals pledged to raise $250,000 for a new mammogram for the Abbotsford Cancer Centre, as the current one is aging and is used to screen a daunting 60 patients a day. They are also proud to sponsor a state-of-the-art breast optical probe, a painless probe that measures the size of a mass so treatment can be fine-tuned for better outcomes. The scanner is used in a study directed by Dr. Jenny Coe. So, Mr. Speaker, if you or anyone else is looking for a way to help those fighting breast cancer and would feel better knowing that 100% of your hard-earned money goes directly to those in need, call the Crystal Gala Gals. They'll be happy to take your donation.
Member for Victoria Beacon Hill.
Similarly having earring issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every 4 years, the City of Victoria recognizes individuals who have dedicated their time, energy, and lives to improving life here in Victoria and the Capital Regional District. This year, one of the honorees needs no introduction, Dr. Bonnie Henry. Dr. Henry has guided us through this pandemic with compassion and expertise, and her reminders to be kind, be calm, and be safe have epitomized her approach to these uncertain and traumatic times. Another honoree is familiar to this House. Carol James has created change, improved people's lives, and inspired others to do the same, always with compassion and connection. She has done this in her community, our city, our province, and beyond. The immense contributions of all 24 recipients would far exceed my time this afternoon, but to recognize a few briefly, the incredible Carrie Newman, a Coast Salish artist behind the witness blanket, marking the horrors of residential schools and the work of truth and reconciliation. Eddie Charlie and Kristen Spray, the tireless and inspiring pair behind Orange Shirt Day here in Victoria. Raven Lacerte from the Carrier Nation, working to end violence against women and children by calling on the help of men and boys through the Moosehide campaign. Kim Dixon, leading the work to support seniors in James Bay through New Horizons in these unprecedented times. Jean McRae, leading the work of the Intercultural Association of Victoria, building connections and supporting newcomers to our communities. Florence Rose Dick, a fierce advocate for and tireless promoter of the Songhees people, whose land we gather on when we are in this House together. This year, Mr. Speaker, we also lost a 2014 recipient, Mavis DiGirolamo. She's a giant in my community. Her impact, warmth, and energy continue to inspire me and so many others. To all the recipients, past and present, thank you. Your dedication to our community is truly inspiring. Thank you.
Member for Fraser-Nicolet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shh. Today we celebrate Canadian School Library Day. I want to start out by acknowledging school librarians, their love of books that they share with students, their ability to make stories come alive as they read out loud to groups of children. Remember the special voices they would use to make the characters come alive, sometimes scary, sometimes gruff, and sometimes they made you laugh out loud. My school librarian was the person who so quickly realized what my interests were and would save special books for me. Remember how excited you were when you learned that you could actually check out a book and take it home to read? You learned to be responsible for ensuring it did not get damaged, and hopefully it was returned on time. Remember starting a book series you loved and couldn't wait to borrow the next book. I don't know about you, but losing yourself in a book any day of the week was a wonderful thing. Libraries are the hub of the school for so many students, a place to gather, a place to study, a place to learn, and a place for contemplation, a place that shows the importance of books. The school library sets us up for lifelong learning. Whether you like the convenience of downloading books on your electronic device or the actual touch and smell of a book that's been enjoyed by others. Libraries are one of the few free services in our communities provided to everyone. There is nothing like an afternoon of stormy weather, a cup of tea, a snuggly blanket, and a good book. I hope you visit the library soon.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lack of a government plan to administer booster shots is causing increasing anxiety and concern across the province. The BC Assembly of First Nations, the Wet'suwet'en First Nation, the Lake Babine First Nation, all are calling for immediate booster shots for their communities. Tragically, there have been 2 deaths in less than 2 weeks in the Wet'suwet'en community and 6 deaths among the Lake Babine Nation, which is under a state of emergency. Regional Chief of the BC AFN, Terry Teegee, has this to say, and I quote, "We are alarmed and are urging quick action as the situation is becoming an emergency. It has now been approximately 7 months since many First Nations in BC received their second dose," end quote. So can the Premier tell us today exactly when First Nations, like those who are calling out to the government as a state of emergency to deliver booster shots, when exactly will that happen?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, the member, for a question. I think these are obviously critical questions for everybody, and there's enormous anxiety in communities across BC. Last week we discussed the issue in long-term care and assisted living. Happy to know between 200 and 250 care homes have been completed now, and we expect most care homes to be completed next week. With respect to other people in the community, I just want to note that in general, jurisdictions who have looked at this question have looked 6 to 8 months after first doses in terms of when a possible booster shot might be provided. In BC, 8 months ago, we had completed about 68,000 second doses. 6 months ago, about 89,000. And to date, we've done about 88,000 booster or additional third doses in BC. Tomorrow, and there will be a detailed briefing for the opposition, for others in BC, we're providing a detailed plan for everyone in BC, what they can expect with respect to booster doses. That will be provided by myself, Dr. Ballum, and Dr. Henry, and I expect those questions will be answered then. In addition to that, Northern Health is obviously reaching out and working with both the Lake Babine First Nation, the Wet'suwet'en First Nation. I know the member's colleague from the area is also very interested in this question, to work on their specific and detailed questions. With respect to the Wet'suwet'en, for example, right now the first dose rate is about 77% and the second dose rate is 69%. So what's required there is obviously consideration of the potential for booster doses, but also to continue to raise up first and second dose immunization.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental question.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the vast majority of British Columbians did everything they were asked to do and more. They went for their first shot, they showed up for their second shot, and now anxiety is increasing about their booster shot. And in fact, we saw last week, and the minister can list the numbers, the fact of the matter is that this government should have been far more ready to deal with booster shots, particularly for frail elderly British Columbians in long-term care. British Columbia is lagging behind other jurisdictions. As of October 15th, residents in Yellowknife, age 60 and up, have been able to receive a booster shot if they are 6 months past their second dose. Third doses for Albertans 75 and over, as well as First Nations 65 and over, are also available. Starting today in Saskatchewan, people who are 50 plus and living in the north or in First Nations communities will be eligible for a booster. That's what other jurisdictions have managed to roll out. We're still waiting to hear the details from this Premier and this Minister. And let's be clear, and the Minister knows this, 93% of British Columbians who are over the age of 65 live independently. They live in community. They are anxious, they are concerned, and they want to hear specifically from this Premier exactly when they will get their booster shot.
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and again to the member. We'll be providing detail tomorrow. We started our booster shot program in the middle of September with those most clinically vulnerable first, those whose the effect of the first and second shot wasn't complete and required a third shot, and that process is essentially or in large measure done. We've added to that long-term care and assisted living, obviously, and that is, I think by the end of this week, will be largely completed in terms of eligible third dose immunization amongst that group of people. And we've also added, at the end of September, 100,000 clinically vulnerable people. What I'm pointing out to the honourable member is different jurisdictions did have different approaches. It's true, especially with first and second doses. So some jurisdictions had a shorter interval between first and second doses, and that affects, because we want these immunizations to be effective, and we want to follow the science on that. As I noted to the member, 8 months ago it was about 65,000. 6 months ago it was about 84,000 in total British Columbians have received both doses. So we're well in line. We're preparing it. We're going to lay out a detailed plan for people tomorrow with respect to third dose immunizations. And we've already acting in key areas, and we'll continue to work with the First Nations Health Authority and everyone else to ensure that the third dose process rolls out as successfully as the first and second dose process did in BC.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NACI has recommended, Mr. Speaker, that anyone over the age of 65 should benefit from a high-dose influenza shot. Other provinces, including Ontario, Alberta, PEI, and New Brunswick, provide all seniors with the high-dose flu vaccine. So my question to the Premier, Mr. Speaker, is why aren't all BC seniors offered the high-dose flu vaccine as well as seniors are offered in other provinces?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. In British Columbia, and it's part of our partnership with the federal government, all seniors living in long-term care and assisted living and other residents, so obviously there are other people living in long-term care and assisted living will be eligible for the high-dose flu shot. In addition to that, some Indigenous seniors will be eligible under certain specific circumstances. We have dramatically expanded our flu shot campaign this year. For the first time ever in British Columbia, it will be free for everybody, and I think everybody in this House would agree that's the right thing. 2 years from now, 2 years ago, we ordered about 1.5 million flu shots. This year, it's 2.4 million, which shows the expansion of that campaign. And at the heart of it, at the center of it, is the work of pharmacists who delivered the majority for the first time of flu shots last year and will deliver the vast majority this year. So we're expanding our flu shot campaign. We're using high-dose shots in long-term care and assisted living. And I think, and I encourage every British Columbian over the age of 6 months, obviously, but every British Columbian to get their flu shot as soon as possible.
Member for West Vancouver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. I just heard that the majority of seniors, I believe it's 93% of seniors, are living independently in the province of British Columbia. So what the Minister has just said to us is that those seniors living independently are not going to be getting this. So high-dose flu shots provide better protection, and our seniors deserve it. Seniors represent about 15% of the population, Mr. Speaker, yet they account for up to 70% of the flu hospitalizations and 90% of those deaths. But here's what happened to 75-year-old Janice Newman. Quote, I have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. So as soon as flu shots were available, I phoned my pharmacy, but was told that the high doses were not available, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, to the Premier, why aren't all seniors in British Columbia eligible for high-dose shots and given the protection that they deserve?
Minister of Health.
Honourable Speaker, our campaign in BC goes forward with, obviously, with my support and our effort and the procurement of very significant numbers of flu vaccine, an unprecedented amount this year, and with the advice of public health. And we are proceeding with that this year. We encourage all seniors, especially all seniors, to get their flu shot as soon as possible. This is an effective campaign, and it's made more effective when more people take part. That's why we ordered 900,000 more doses than we did 2 years ago, and 300,000 more doses than we did last year, in order to give all British Columbians the opportunity to do that. And we're going to continue to work and allow and encourage British Columbians to get their shot.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Mr. Speaker, in British Columbia, inequality is on the rise. I'm not talking about income inequality, which is a huge issue unto itself. I'm talking about wealth inequality. The gap is visible in our housing market. For decades, we've treated having safe, secure housing as a privilege, not as a right. As a result of the commodification of housing, those who are lucky enough to own real estate see their wealth growing, while those who do not own their own home are struggling to keep up with the rising costs of living. This government has been reactive by investing public money to decrease some costs, but in reality, we can't spend enough money to make up for the structural changes that are needed to combat the growing wealth inequality that the status quo policy protects. Through your Honourable Speaker, to the Minister of Finance, what is the Minister doing to combat wealth inequality?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to express gratitude to the member for the question, because I too am concerned. I think everybody here in this House is concerned about the challenges that British Columbians have certainly been telling us for some time about affordability and about what it means to them to be able to have a family, raise a family, and age with dignity here in this province. And that's why we've taken, over the last 4 years, significant steps to address that. It's why, Honourable Speaker, we addressed from a housing perspective, it's why we brought in a speculation vacancy tax. It's why we brought in the largest investment in housing in this province's history. It's why, Honourable Speaker, we removed tolls on bridges so that there's more money in people's pockets. It's why, Mr. Speaker, we undertook, a wholesale revamp of ICBC to make sure that, again, we can put money back into people's pockets, because that's really critical to British Columbians. We're going to keep doing that work because we know how important it is to British Columbians.
Member for Saanich Northern Ireland, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But from what I'm hearing from my constituents and many British Columbians is that while the minister is able to provide examples of what's happening, the actual structural changes that are needed are not happening quickly enough in order to make life actually more affordable. We can talk about life being more affordable, but it's life and affordability is still out of reach for many British Columbians. Entire generations of people cannot afford to live in the communities that they work in. As a result, the business and service providers that they work for are chronically understaffed. The housing market is detached from the economic reality of most British Columbians, except for those who've been able to accumulate wealth over decades. The cost of child care is making having children more difficult. The cost of transportation and food are also increasing. We achieved our legislative poverty reductions largely because of actions the federal government took. We need structural changes across a number of ministries, but it starts with the budget from the Minister of Finance. She must remove her reliance on revenue on real estate transaction, ensure public money is only financing true non-market housing solutions, and coordinate with her colleagues to ensure restrictive community planning and zoning does not further entrench wealth inequality in housing. To the Minister of Finance, generations of British Columbia need this government to take the bold, progressive measures we're seeing other jurisdictions take. What is the government doing to combat wealth inequality in the housing market?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the members opposite seem to forget about a whole list of other actions that this government has taken and continues to take, by eliminating MSP, by again, putting money back in people's pocket, by starting the largest social program in decades and decades with a child care plan. Average hourly wages have increased to over $30 an hour. Before, in 2017, it was only $25 an hour. Honourable Speaker, that makes significant differences to people. The largest increase in social assistance rates, too, Honourable Speaker, has made a difference for those who are at the bottom, those who have been struggling so hard, Honourable Speaker. We also have the Child Opportunity Benefit, Mr. Speaker, again, putting about $130 up to, I think, in people's pockets that really make a difference in their ability to care for their families. We know that there's more work to do. No one is saying that that isn't the case, but we're off to a fabulous start, and I can't wait to continue to deliver for the people of this province.
Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The patchwork education vaccine guidelines unveiled by the Premier late last Friday night are nothing short of ridiculous. 61 school boards are faced with a 17-step process, including 61 different legal reviews. You can barely get 2 lawyers to agree, let alone 61 legal opinions for school districts. This is a provincial health issue that impacts children, teachers, and staff, and the Premier refuses to lead. To the Premier, how is this anything more than a delay tactic?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And thank you to the member for the question, but I have to say I don't think there's anything ridiculous about a process that ensures we're respecting the co-governance relationship that we have with boards of education in this province. There is nothing ridiculous about ensuring we are working in collaboration and cooperation with educators, with workers, with superintendents, with finesse, with everyone who has worked so hard through the course of this pandemic to ensure that kids are safe, that kids have access to in-person learning, because we know that that is what is best for the children of this province. We are working with our partners to ensure that they are supported in assessing the impact of such potential policies, that they're gathering the data so that they can understand what the potential impacts are, and they are supported in this process by BCPC, by the Ministry of Education. We have a provincial framework that is going to support boards in moving forward, and I am so proud of the work that, that boards are doing and that we are going to continue to support. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Fraser-Nicola, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These complex guidelines admit, and I quote, "There is value in having a coordinated approach to avoid highly variable health and safety standards," end quote. But the Premier prefers a set of complex guidelines instead of protecting our children. Ironically, these guidelines even say that school boards need to adhere to FOIPA when checking vaccination status, something the Premier is radically changing as we speak. Why won't the Premier take the lead and implement a provincial standard?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I mean, one thing I will say is that I do believe that everyone in this House shares a concern for what is happening in our education system with respect to COVID and kids. And I want to say this is the 3rd school year that educators, our board trustees, district and school leadership have been grappling with COVID. And boards are supported in the work that they are doing right now by the BC Public School Employers Association. They are supported by the Ministry of Education, and they are grappling with the diversity of opinions that they are receiving from their communities on what is a very serious and complex issue that deserves the level of attention it is receiving by boards in support, being supported by our provincial framework. So that's the work we're going to continue to do to make sure we can keep schools open, keep them safe, keep kids accessing in-person learning. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let's be clear. The reason the districts are grappling is because this minister, this premier, has not shown any leadership on this issue. 61 school boards. 61 school boards against each other, and it's children, teachers, and staff who are going to pay the price. And the Minister of Finance can laugh all she wants, but it is going to take months and months for parents and students and staff to get directions. In the north, people are making death threats. And this premier and this minister are throwing school trustees to the wolves. Will the premier show some leadership and stop hiding behind school boards and make sure that we aren't seeing this 61 different times?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have to say it has not been my experience that boards are actually against each other on this point. I've had considerable opportunity to meet with board chairs, to meet with district leadership over the last 2 weeks, and my experience is that there is actually a high degree of collaboration and a strong will to cooperate in moving forward on these questions, as there has been since the pandemic. Boards are working in collaboration with their school medical health officers in the context of a provincial framework, with one set of advice from BCPC, with support from the Ministry of Education, and that is what we will continue to do.
Member for Surrey White Rock, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over a year ago, the Premier said, and I quote, "Safe operation of our schools is not the responsibility of the Premier." End quote. That's pretty telling. Well, it's unacceptable for the Premier to be missing in action when our student safety is on the line. And for the Minister's clarification, we're already hearing mixed opinions. In Surrey, they've issued a statement doubting the value of a mandate. Other districts are saying it's a possibility. And other districts have said they have no plans to do this Premier and this Minister's job. Will the Premier put public health first and stop hiding behind school boards?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I will say again that the work that boards are doing is extremely important with respect to the consultation that they are engaging in with their communities, with their employee groups, with First Nations in their communities. And the situation they are dealing with is different from community to community. But this work it is critical that this work is done in collaboration with communities in the context of a provincial framework that respects the role and the authority of school boards to make decisions for their communities. They are being supported in this work by our provincial guidelines through our provincial framework, and we are working closely, collaboratively with all of our education partners, as we have done, to continue to achieve the remarkable work that has been achieved in our education sector in British Columbia throughout this pandemic, which is keeping our schools open, keeping our kids safe, and mitigating the transmission of COVID in schools, which is exactly what is happening now and will continue to happen.
Member for Cariboo North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, it's not just our K-12 education system. The Premier has also rolled out a patchwork vaccine plan to universities, and this has created confusion and worry. At UBC, there appears to be no enforcement of the vaccine requirements whatsoever. Professor Mauricio Drelekman of UBC said, and I quote, "When an unvaccinated person at UBC refuses to submit a mandatory declaration, no action is being taken," end quote. Will the Premier take action to ensure students, faculty, and staff are properly protected?
Minister for Advanced Education and Skill Training.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And through you to the member across, thank you so much for my very first question in question period. And thank you for being such a great partner to work with in advanced education. The past 2 years has been really difficult for students in universities and colleges. And I first and foremost want to say thank you to all the students for being very resilient. As well, thank you so much to all the faculty and staff and all the presidents for working with our health authorities. Through you, Honourable Speaker, post-secondary institutions are independent organizations, autonomous of government, which will implement their own protocols following the Public Health Office guidelines. But also, I am very proud to know that most recently, most post-secondary institutions have reported that 90% of their students and faculties are vaccinated. So we know that students are safe on the campus.
Member for Caribbean North Supplemental.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. But to be clear, this patchwork system is simply not working. People are able to walk onto a campus, attend a class with up to 300 people, and there's no enforcement in place. You can go online and click a little button and say, yep, I'm vaccinated, but they're not checking. There's no proof of vaccination, and further, there is no rapid testing available. We could provide some considerable results today. Will the minister stand up today, provide rapid testing across the province and colleges? Will the minister stand up and provide the additional resources that many institutions across this province, like the University of Northern British Columbia, the College of New Caledonia, when you look at communities that are so impacted right now with some of the restrictions that are being put in place in Northern British Columbia that simply do not have access to additional resources? The minister could stand in this House today, put those valuable resources into the system, make rapid testing a priority. So please, do the right thing, end the patchwork approach, and provide the much-needed resources, the rapid testing available to ensure students, faculty, and staff are going to be safe.
Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And through you, vaccination rates in post-secondary institutions and across campuses in BC are very high. And this is the largest vaccination program in history, and our rates are really good. When I visited campuses on colleges, institutes, and universities, they were very excited to return back to campus. Not only that, professors are very excited to have students in their classrooms. Vaccination rates on our campuses are 90%. We have our baseline, we have our institutes, safe support return to in-person learning campus with our masks in classrooms, as well as BC vaccination cards on campus to ensure that students in restaurants, in our pubs, in ticketed events are safe. And students are excited. They want to be back. They're excited to be back. They've told me that they're excited. What I hear is that they're happy to be back. Everyone's following the guidelines of Dr. Bonnie Henry, and I'm very proud that presidents continue to work very closely with the public health community.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the idea of not using a resource that's available while we're waiting for another resource is just unthinkable. But that's what's happening. Complete lack of leadership on this, Mr. Speaker. As the Surrey School Board notes, the vast majority of cases in schools are students who are ineligible to be vaccinated. But we have rapid tests. We could be using those to assist. So let's use the tests and upgrade later. Let's not let the tests gather dust in a warehouse any further. It's what Ontario's doing. It's what Saskatchewan is doing. They're even sending some tests home. So to the Minister of Education, will she do the right thing and advocate with the Minister of Health to ensure that we use rapid tests in our education system?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. As the member will know, since December of 2020, rapid tests have been used in our COVID response, as directed by the experts, our experts at the Provincial Health Office and the BC CDC. Members will also know that take-home tests, rapid tests, which will have real utility for children, will soon be available in significantly wider numbers in BC. And as Dr. Henry has said, and as I've said, will provide another option, especially for parents who are in a circumstance where their child has some mild illness, to be able to provide such tests. Those tests, especially the Roche tests, which are available in sufficient quantities to make that happen, will be available soon. And I think that will be very much part of our response on COVID-19. But I'd just say, finally, and in a general sense, Honourable Speaker, that what we're going to see in the coming month, we believe, is a real advance in safety in schools. That is the expansion of immunization to children 5 to 11. And our task, all of us together, I think, Honourable Speaker, is to ensure here in BC that everyone who's eligible to be vaccinated gets vaccinated, and I hope everyone in this House will support that effort.
The bell ends the question period. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present the annual report of the BC Ferry Commissioner for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2021, and the Public Guardian and Trustee of British Columbia Annual Report 2020-21.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, I have the honour to present the Environmental Emergency Program's 2021 report to the Legislature, which covers the accomplishments of the program over the previous fiscal year from April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. The report I present to you today provides an overview of the Environmental Emergency Program, compliance and enforcement updates. And thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also, on behalf of the Minister of Environment and Climate Change Strategy, I have the honour to present the 2021 Climate Change Accountability Report.
Orders of the day.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call continued second reading debate Bill 22, the FIPA Amendment Act.
Thank you, members, and thank you, member, for your patience. Recognizing the member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'll continue on where I left off last week on the bill that's in front of us right now, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Amendments Act 2022. As I suggested last week, this bill is an attempt to modernize or to update, as we've heard, a piece of legislation that's been in practice for the past 10 years as it sits right now. Now, there's those that support it for what this bill appears to be, and there is those, especially the ones on this side of the House, that oppose it because what it actually does. And the devil's always in the details, and I kind of highlighted that a little bit last Thursday, and I'll continue from that. And the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we are seeing no debate on the government side right now on this bill is a little concerning, and also kind of it's a testament to the awareness that they must have on this bill that is not in the best interests of British Columbians. So I talked about the timing of this bill. I talked about why now, what's the urgency, what's the priority with this bill going forward right now, without a comprehensive review from the Privacy Commissioner himself, nor a decision or a recommendation from the committee that has been struck from the government side. It's a nonpartisan committee. It's a committee that I sit on, and this committee is to sit until June of 2022, and that is to examine this piece of legislation that we're actually seeing right now. So we're wondering on this side, what is the urgency? There's so many other priorities in this province right now that we could be focusing more on. And the fact there's nobody that's actually calling for this amendment. I have no knowledge of any group or any individual that is saying we have to amend this act. So we're concerned about that, Mr. Speaker. This morning I did a private member statement on the lack of government services due to, in part, of the COVID pandemic. Those are things we could be looking at. The opioid crisis is at record highs of mortality. Our housing market is crashing. School districts, as we heard in question period today, are scrambling, putting in their own COVID protocols without government failing to participate. Our wildlife populations, I know in my region alone, there's a lot of issues. More right now is on the white-tailed doe hunt. Those are things, regulation, legislation, things like that we really could be focusing on. And these are just a few issues that I can think of just off the top of my head right now. And the fact that this piece of legislation right now needs amendment with no groups or no concerns that I know of is a bit of a head scratcher. I talked last week about data storage. I talked about how this bill allows our critical and delicate private information to be stored by a third party outside of BC, outside of Canada even. And sarcastically, Mr. Speaker, you know, what could ever go wrong with that? You know, we look at some of the world's most major data breaches over the last 8 years, and I highlighted last week, Facebook, LinkedIn, Alibaba, Yahoo. There's a long list of data breaches that have happened over the last 8 years. And this is in the billions of people. The U.S. Patriot Act, for example, you know, it allows data records to be stored and to be held and to be revealed at literally any moment's notice. These are concerns that British Columbians have, so this is why we are concerned with this bill right now. I'm confident that if the good people of British Columbia would not want to have their private and confidential information held by a third-party contractor in a country such as China. This should be setting off some alarm bells, and it certainly does on this side of the House. It actually sets off alarm bells on the other side of the House as well. And I'll go to a quote here, if I can find it. This quote comes from Jenny Kwan, former NDP MLA for Vancouver. She's a current MP. She said, quote, "The government plans to turn over the MSP to either IBM or Maxim, both American multinational corporations, by the end of August. There have been issues raised around this privatization, and particularly the issue around privacy. Accordingly, there's an issue around the notion that the information contained under the USA Patriot Act could be in violation, in my view, of privacy for Canadians and British Columbians more particularly. This includes information in terms of health treatment, pharmacy, income tax, mental health and criminal records, as well as records from the Ministers of Children and Family Development and of Human Resources." So she was very concerned. We could look at Joy McPhail, long-term member and MLA for the NDP, she said, under the Patriot Act, American Secret Service agencies can access the private information of British Columbians held by American companies or the subsidiaries without any of us knowing. And that was from, like I said, Joy McPhail in March 25, 04. So we have, we have members on the other side that are very interested in what I have to say, and I encourage them to get up and stand and debate. That's what we want to do, Mr. Speaker. And we need to hear from the other side. So I encourage the member and all members from that side to get up and speak to what they think is true, and I welcome that. And that's what this forum right here is all about. Once again, this government is telling us not to worry. Don't ask silly questions. We'll fill in those answers after the legislation is amended. Nobody's going to be okay with that, Mr. Speaker. A lot of constituents in my riding aren't. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of constituents on the other side as well. When we talk about data storage and saving it outside of our provincial borders or outside our national borders, I look to, projects inside of BC. I've got a company that's in Canal Flats. It's just outside of my riding. It's in the Columbia River Revelstoke riding, but it's not too far from me. It's about 40 minutes away, and it's a company called Iris Technology and Columbia Lake Technology. It's a technology farm, data server farm. It reappropriates an old sawmill that used to be there years ago, so it has a lot of infrastructure in place already. This company has come in, they've built affordable housing in the small town of Canal Flats. They've got mortgage options for their employees. They have greenhouses there that use server heat. The server that's out there puts out a lot of heat, and they recycle that heat and they make greenhouses out of it. That's great. They use clean hydro energy. This is in a location that's cool and like temperature-wise and free of earthquakes, and they utilize fiber optics that are available in the area. So why not direct all of our data storage to sites like this? Seems practical. Seems like we should be, looking out for our people in our riding and storing that information within our riding and within our province. So once again, Mr. Speaker, this is not about modernizing a bill. This is stepping backwards and diving off a cliff into water that you have no idea what lies beneath the surface. A leap of faith, in my opinion, is an understatement. I'll read something from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner that kind of illustrates this for me a little bit. And this is a quote from the OIPC. And quote, "What is exceedingly troubling, however, is that government now proposes to allow public bodies to send British Columbians personal information outside Canada without explaining how they will properly protect it. Without a concrete alternative protections for people's data, the government is effectively asking the Legislative Assembly for a blank check to eliminate the current restrictions on public bodies accessing and storing people's personal information outside of Canada." Quote, and that comes from the OIPC. This is the Privacy Commissioner. Independent body that's to look after the storage and enforcement of our private information. Also goes on to say, here, Mr. Speaker, quote, "On access to information, some provisions of the Act improve the law while others do not, while making it an offense to willfully destroy records. To avoid complying with an access request is a welcome change. Greater clarity is needed to capture improperly destroying a record before somebody specifically requests it." That's something else in this bill, that it identifies the destruction of records before it's actually requested for FOI. That's a concern. And that's what we're talking about here. This bill does not include provisions to prevent documents from being destroyed prior to FOI requests. This was a request outlined, as I mentioned, by the OIPC that has not been addressed in this legislation, leaving a significant gap in the protection of documents that the public has a right to. And another quote. This is from the office, that was a quote from the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Here's another one. Quote, if somebody destroys records because they think they might be of interest but wants to destroy them before any request is made, there's no offense for that. That cannot be right, and then that needs to change. It is an offense in Alberta, and it could have easily been put in place here, end quote. That's from Michael McEvoy, the Information and Privacy Commissioner. The other day in this House, I announced that the initialism, this was last week I announced this, that the initialism NDP meant never delivering promises. But today, reading this bill, I take that back and seeing how this bill allows the destruction of records, the initialism of NDP should be no documents produced. And all this may be funny to some. A recent FOI request from CTV in regards to receiving the true numbers of the COVID pandemic were received. Of the 60 some odd pages received, I was told there was 50 some odd pages that were totally blacked out. The remaining pages were partially redacted, and that's not right. So I got a couple minutes here, Mr. Speaker, and I could go on a whole bunch of tangents here. There's more than enough information. As a matter of fact, the information on why this bill is not right is actually encompasses more than actually the bill itself. A whole bunch of quotes from a lot of different high-level representatives, a lot of them NDP representatives. So maybe I'll turn to one last page here. And it was on fees, and I'm trying to find where that is. Okay, so here we go. A lot of fees attached to this, Mr. Speaker, and that provides a barrier. There are three fees. There are three changes to fees included in this bill. A new application fee, potential fees for certain documents like manuals, and also a new allowance for the public body to charge applicants for simply providing a copy of the record. The introduction of an application fee under Section 44 is nothing less than a toll gate, and I believe it was the Minister of Indigenous Relations that echoed that fees are a toll gate for access to information. It is a strike against accountability and transparency. The minister, as I mentioned, claims that this will not be a barrier to access. Sorry, that was the minister that's presenting this bill. He said it will not be a barrier to access. But the commissioner is clear. Once again, here's another quote from the commissioner. This would be a significant step in the wrong direction. Application fees posed a real barrier for many. Goes to the next page. Application fees pose a real barrier for many who seek information that should be readily available to the public. This application fee will apply to all public bodies, universities, health authorities, school boards, and local governments. In the bill, the government has assured there is no ability for the commissioner to waive the application fee, even if the matter of public interest is as his office is able to in the case of other fees under Section 55. The bill proposes a prescribed application fee, and not even the head of a public body will be able to waive it. So with these fees, Mr. Speaker, with the minute left to go, there's so much wrong with this bill that we'll be definitely opposing it. And it's amazing with fees like this that stop the media from accessing, to keep us all accountable, to keep us all transparent. It absolutely blows my mind. And with fees like this, and I shake my head, it's only the NDP that can take the free out of freedom of information. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap my comments up. I know my colleague's got a whole bunch more here, and I will not be supporting this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Sea to Sky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Slow getting up. I thought to give the opportunity for the government side to speak to this important bill, but I didn't want to risk losing my place. So, Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation. Why? Well, it's in the title of this bill, in fact, in many ways, Mr. Speaker. This is not a miscellaneous type of bill. This is about freedom. This is about freedom of information and the protection of privacy, and it really doesn't get much more fundamental than freedom. Yet in this bill, your government is proposing to allow your information to be under the regulatory control and oversight of jurisdictions outside of this country. In this bill, your government is enabling your personal information to be scraped and linked. In this bill, people will, for the first time, have to pay for access to information. In this bill, there will be new opportunities for public bodies to ignore freedom of information requests. In this bill, the Premier's office is proposed to be removed as a public body for FOI purposes. In this bill, much of which is essentially enabling legislation, it will generate a mass of regulations about which we know nothing. These regulations can move the dial on outcomes and impacts, move the dial 180 degrees, and we have no idea where our cabinet will land on this. Other than, I guess we can get some sense of it, and this government tends to like big government and big brother and appears to feel that they know better how you should live your life. So we should get some sense of it, and we should also perhaps get the sense from the Premier, who just last week dismissed it as, hey man, who cares? Well, I do, Mr. Speaker, and many others do as well. Now, we should probably have seen this coming. For example, look at the media avails that are the current type of media avails, or what we've seen over the last while, up to last week, where his predecessors, the Premier's predecessors, and even the Premier earlier on in his term, held press avails where you could bring on all comers, where there was a couple of more people on the phone and everybody got all their questions answered. Nowadays, well, and if last week was any indication, it was a late start. It's one question, you get one question and one follow-up. And somehow we run out of time after 20 minutes. Now, Mr. Speaker, some reporters never even get picked for a question. Many questions never get answered. The tough questions don't get asked because the media handler will make sure you never get another question. And limiting media avails is, Mr. Speaker, about restricting access to information. Maybe not as formal as what this bill is about, but just as insidious. Mr. Speaker, we know information is power. This bill is about controlling the flow of information. Ergo, this bill is about power. This is about people's rights to have access to information that government uses to make decisions. It's about people having access to power and control. Mr. Speaker, as opposition, we have a job. People expect us to complain, sometimes to our detriment. It is our job to examine pieces of legislation like this, and it's expected that we're going to express criticism and concern and to shine a light on it, to poke holes in things and highlight the inadequacies. As I say, our criticisms are to be expected. But what is surprising, Mr. Speaker, and actually alarming, or should be alarming to the members of this House, is the position of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Now, this statutory officer is no stranger to these issues or this legislation. He was involved in drafting the original bill almost 30 years ago. And this gentleman, Mr. McAvoy, he was, as the House knows, he was appointed to a 6-year term in 2018. But prior, he helped lead the Information Commissioner's Office of the United Kingdom investigation into Cambridge Analytica and Facebook. Since his appointment, He's held a series of investigations aimed at strengthening access to information and privacy. He worked on a report or authored a report on BC's political parties and collecting and using personal information there, and the massive health breach for Data Lab, or Life Lab. So this gentleman, and he's also the chair, incidentally, of the governing committee. Let's see, what is he? Commissioner McAvoy chairs the governing committee of the Asia Pacific Privacy Authorities. So this gentleman is well respected internationally, and so we could dismiss our concerns, but I don't know that dismissing the concerns of the Privacy Commissioner is in the government's best interest. The Privacy Commissioner did not condemn this whole piece of legislation, and nor would I. There are positive pieces. The new requirements relating to privacy impact assessments, new privacy breach notification rules, duty of public bodies to have a privacy management program. You remember, of course, that the duty is only to have the program; it's not actually to use it. But and the inclusion of snooping offences. So these are positive pieces that build on the work of successive governments, including the BC Liberal government in 2011 and 2016, who made significant changes to this legislation. However, the rest of the letter, Mr. Speaker, was scathing in what the Privacy Commissioner describes as, quote, a step backwards for British Columbians. So much of this legislation, as I mentioned, is just a framework. Much of it is enabling. In other words, the devil will be in the detail, and how much will be unknown. Much will be unknown for now, left the Cabinet to structure as they see fit, done under the cloak of Cabinet secrecy. Interestingly, the Privacy Commissioner says on that issue of regulatory intention, quote, it is of greatest concern in relation to the proposed repeal of the data residency requirements in Part 3 of FIPA, discussed below. It is crucial for government to disclose now what it intends to do to protect the personal privacy of British Columbians whose personal information may be exported outside of Canada, unquote. So I am grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Privacy Commissioner for the work that he has done, for the letter that he has written, for helping me better understand the concerns of this legislation. It's important that we know now, and for legislators, for us, to set the goalposts in a fundamental way about what government can do with our information, and not just hand it over to a company in a foreign jurisdiction under which we have no regulatory oversight. No, we need to know and be confident in how our personal information is being handled, where the data lives, who has access to it, how it can be stored. We already have enough concern with the use of data and privacy breaches on platforms that we participate in voluntarily through Facebook or Google, other social media platforms, but those are voluntary. Mostly. However, in the future, the government is proposing to remove data residency requirements, which means our data could go anywhere. And I mean anywhere, Mr. Speaker. The Privacy Commissioner says, quote, the proposed amendments remove data residency requirements altogether, leaving any protections to regulations about which we know nothing, unquote. So who will have access to that data? Could it be scraped and cross-referenced? We lose control as a society if we don't have strict regulation administering personal and government data. Imagine servers in countries all around the world that may or may not be secure, that could be sold or accessed, that could be used for all sorts of nefarious processes or uses. The Commissioner expresses concern about data linking as well. It has value as an analytical tool, certainly, but the Commissioner says, quote, Bill 22 leaves the details of how data linking activities are to be conducted to regulations, about which we have no details. These regulations must include rules and requirements for data linking programs that bring transparency to these activities and include protections that are common in other provinces, unquote. In other words, we're missing significant protections, and we should be concerned. Now, the one issue that has received much of the media coverage has also been flagged by the Privacy Commissioner. And it's a desire of government to delist the Premier's office from the schedule of public bodies covered by the Act. Again, this is a trust us moment. Don't worry. Be happy. It's all good, says the government. Well, not according to the Privacy Commissioner. Again, I quote, I'm very concerned that Bill 22 would remove the Office of the Premier as a public body under Schedule 2 of FIPA, unquote. Now, I understand that the government believes that the designation is not necessary. However, again, the Privacy Commissioner disagrees with this. Quote, moreover, I am not aware of any harm flowing from retaining this designation, which obviously begs the question as to why the government or why the change is being made when the outcome is again not as clear as I am told government believes it is. The Office of Premier lies at the heart of provincial governance. I want to emphasize this. I call on government to delete this proposal from Bill 22 for greater certainty that FIPA's transparency and accountability provisions will continue to apply as they have for decades to the Office of Premier, unquote. So what is the motive, Mr. Speaker? Well, the Premier is beginning to look very much like a secrecy Premier, for he clearly isn't supporting transparency. This government has said not to worry, it'll be fine, while the Privacy Commissioner raises the alarm. So who do we believe, Mr. Speaker? Who do I believe? What source should I rely on? Well, I tell you, Mr. Speaker, in this case, it's not the government. The Premier has been complaining as well about the use of FOI by political parties. Well, ironic for a guy who made his career out of sifting through FOIs, but now he describes it as an abuse of the system, talking about opposition in certain media. But that in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, raises some very, very troubling questions. Origins of FOI requests are supposed to be unknown. How does the Premier know where these requests are coming from? How does he know that certain journalists are abusing the process? He can't know. He's not allowed to know. But somehow he does. Clairvoyance, I suppose, is a possibility. Superior second sight. What is it? The Premier having access to information that he's not supposed to have, while moving forward a bill to expand the denial of basic information to the public should alarm this House. So what have those FOIs actually generated? Those ones that the Premier doesn't know where they came from. Well, so just recently, the list is pretty long, actually. The Provincial Health Authority's expense scandal came as a result of FOI, you know, the champagne lunches. The BC government concealing hospital outbreaks, hundreds, dozens dead, hundreds infected, but health authorities fight to conceal it. The Little Mountain care home deaths. The WC Squared, or the Wilderness Committee, uncovering that this government, the NDP government, misled BC about how many hectares it had protected from old growth logging. Or the friends and benefits agreements that add millions to the cost of couch and hospital. And I think it was identified through an FOI, 23% increase, hundreds of millions of dollars added to the cost of that project, found as a result of an FOI. Or, of course, parents being forced to file FOIs for COVID school exposures. So the Premier wants to slow down these inquiries or even stop them. An obvious strategy. So what's an easy way to do that? What's the best way to do that? Well, not necessarily the best, but a simple way is let's create a barrier, let's impose some fees. And if you're going to charge them, well, charge them large. I heard the Premier obfuscate last week on fees. Oh, he says they're not set. Oh, we don't know. Well, frankly, that's true, because only Cabinet knows, because they are setting the fees by regulation. And the Premier was clear, or the Minister, I should say, was clear that she was going to recommend a $25 fee as a gatekeeper. How to keep the public and the media away, the easiest tactic is tolls. And in this case, the toll is $25 to start and much more after that. So what does the Privacy Commissioner have to say about this? Quote, Bill 22 would authorize the government to impose application fees for access to information requests, fees that could be charged by all types of public bodies. This would be a significant step in the wrong direction. Application fees pose a real barrier for many who seek information that should be readily available to the public. I am unable to understand, this is a good line, I am unable to understand how this amendment improves accountability and transparency when it comes to public bodies that operate in a free and democratic society, unquote. Well, maybe this government isn't interested in taking our public bodies in a free and democratic way. Maybe this government, for this government, it's just another step backwards. The minister says it's a modest fee. In fact, she said it about a dozen times, I think, in a row. There's a great clip online. It's modest. Oh, it's modest. Modest. Oh, comparable. Modest. It's in line. Well, I think there's a loop out there somewhere that I'm sure it's going to make it onto TikTok one of these days. It's pretty funny. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The fees aren't funny. The minister says it's comparable to other jurisdictions. But is it? In fact, no. 5 provinces, the fee's 0. The feds and 3 other provinces is $5. The only one that's $25 is Alberta. And somehow that brings us into alignment. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's nothing short of ludicrous. But what is in alignment, Mr. Speaker, is a chorus of voices that say the fee is a barrier. The member for Oak Bay, Gordon Head, in his previous incantation or incarnation as an MP, said, quote, Canadians also need to know that government has not abolished the $5 fee, which is a toll gate on citizens' right to access, unquote. And I'm glad that the member for Nanaimo Lake Cowichan is here because he's been pretty prolific in terms of his condemnation of FOI fees. And I can quote him here and say, we've seen fees put up as obstacles. We've seen exemptions expanded and stretched beyond their original meaning, unquote. And I couldn't agree with you more. Well, and the member for Nanaimo Lake Cowichan is not alone. The Minister of Forest, Lands and Natural Resource Operations said, quote, fees have always been an issue for many who have submitted freedom of information requests. The fee schedule is not adjusted with this bill. It does nothing to ensure equity of access to information, unquote. And the Privacy Commissioner made his voice very clear. Quote, I think this is a step in the wrong direction, unquote. Another quote, I'm concerned that because any time a fee structure is put in place, it acts as a barrier and a deterrent to people making access requests, unquote. And I actually have about a dozen of his quotes, and I won't belabor them. But I think the list also goes much beyond the minister or the commissioner. The administrators of the BC Freedom of Information Program, investigative journalists, one NDP candidate for Kelowna Lake Country, quote, this is just bad policy, please reconsider, unquote. And it goes on. The professor of environmental and climate journalism at UVic, there's only one other province that charges $25 merely to ask for government information, Alberta, one of the most secretive and undemocratic jurisdictions in North America. And the BC NDP is proposing to take BC in the same direction, unquote. And it goes on, and it goes on. But beyond that course of condemnation, the barriers through the imposition of fees is another concern of the Commissioner. New exclusions of records from the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. There's another quote from the Commissioner. Another significant concern is that the right of access under FIPA would no longer apply to certain electronic records, a change that would in turn limit public bodies' duty to create records from electronic records, unquote. We know, Mr. Speaker, or sort of Madam Speaker, we know that electronic records are the way we live. Some members may or may not have embraced this, but they are the exception. What will be excluded from requirements to document isn't clear, but electronic records are the bulk of records, and their potential for exclusion is alarming, and Cabinet will be the arbiter of the limitations, which, frankly, Madam Speaker, is an even greater concern. Next, government intends to broaden the grounds for public bodies to disregard requests for access to information, to widen the scope where public bodies can simply ignore you. This is again from the Privacy Commissioner. Quote, "The bill proposes a troubling new criteria under which the Commissioner could be asked to authorize a public body to disregard a request," unquote. And obviously, this is a big concern. Government could seek to disregard access to briefing notes, to issues notes, decision notes, calendars, expense claims. Well, actually, for staff anyway, because all our expense claims are out in the public. But the grounds would be that the request is too broad. Now, Madam Speaker, these documents provide important insights into understanding how government is operating and their intentions and motivations and potential conflicts, which are harder to obscure in these briefs and filings and notes. Again, the decision around regulations will be determined in the Premier's office and the Cabinet room. This is death to freedom of information by 1,000 little cuts, Madam Speaker. Bit by bit, access to information is being removed, restricted, and imperiled by this government. And, Madam Speaker, we are all the poorer for it. The Commissioner also goes on to talk about missed opportunity, the inappropriate destruction of records, which should be penalized any time, according to the Commissioner, not only when there is an access to records request in play. This should include oversight over destruction of records other than in accordance with their approved disposal schedules. In other words, Madam Speaker, destroying records before they're asked for should be an offence, not only after they're requested, and the NDP has chosen to do nothing about it. Most of us, I think, would agree that there should be no inappropriate destruction of records. There should be oversight of destruction, but this government has made the decision not to request or not to correct the problem, and that in and of itself is a decision. Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, as it stands, provides for periodic review of the statute by an all-party special committee of the Legislative Assembly. Well, we actually have that all-party committee. It was appointed last June and tasked to assess and make recommendations to the House how best to serve the interests of the people of British Columbia with regard to freedom of information and protection of privacy. The Commissioner, he's full of great quotes. The Commissioner says it's, quote, "It's not at all clear why government has chosen to move forward with an amendment ahead of the special committee's legislative work to review the Act," unquote. And he goes on to say, quote, to move forward with these amendments in a year that the special committee is tasked to do the work is baffling," unquote. Well, I would suggest not terribly baffling. It's concerning, certainly. It's self-serving, absolutely. And this is because this is about, Madam Speaker, this is about limiting access to information that may be inconvenient to government or worse. The committee held only one meeting, 2 minutes long. Its only accomplishment, which was to elect a chair, and then they essentially stood down. So what's the net result? Well, the stipend gets authorized, but that's about it. Call me cynical. And having a look, I did have the opportunity to look through the 2018-19 report on the administration of FOIPA, authored by the now Minister of Finance, and a couple of things jump out. The mandate was to improve access to information, and clearly this legislation sends us in another direction. This was good. One of the headings was, "Fees collected from FOI applicants remain very low." Well, I guess this legislation was intended to correct that issue. Government is committed to enhancing, another heading, government is committed to enhancing proactive disclosure. Well, frankly, Madam Speaker, there's no indication that this is a priority for government. The Commissioner has recommended it. The Premier has actually mentioned it in the past, but actions speak louder than words, Madam Madam Speaker, there is no action or discussion of proactive disclosure in this bill, none whatsoever. If this bill is any indication of government's intent, and it clearly is, the public of this province should be very concerned about our ability to hold government to account. For as the Privacy Commissioner says, and I'll wind up with this last quote, "This legislation is a step backward for British Columbians," unquote. Madam Speaker, I couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for the moment to rise. Like the speaker before me from West Vancouver, Sea to Sky, I was just making sure no one from the government benches was wanting to take their time on the floor, but apparently no. Their time on the floor was better spent admonishing us for not wanting to speak to a miscellaneous statutes bill than dealing with something as important as the citizenry right to get access to government documents. And, you know, it's very interesting as I've been watching the coverage of this bill. We have a minister that spent all of about a minute and a half introducing this bill and then leaving. That was the opening comments on this bill. In fact, the Minister of Education today went over the allotted 2-minute time, which is fine, that's understandable. Excited introducing her first piece of legislation. Her introduction speech for second reading today to take the bill to second reading on education, Madam Chair, was actually longer than the Minister of this bill spent discussing this bill in this chamber for debate. That's how proud this government is of this bill, Madam Speaker. Then that minister went out and did a media scrum, as the previous speaker said, and clip after clip after clip, modest fee, reasonable fee, reasonably modest fee was used over and over and over again for every question. Yet at the same time, the government talks about the fee as being necessary to try to drive down the overall number of freedom of information requests. So which is it? Is the fee meant to reduce the number of free FOI requests? Or is it supposed to be modest? Can't be both. If the goal is to drive down the number of FOI requests, that automatically means the fee is prohibitive, because that's the tool being used to try to drive down that number of requests. And it's shameful, Madam Chair, this morning when I spoke on political intimidation, I was talking about how governments around this world use things like restricting access to make sure that their opponents are held in the dark and not able to truly access what's going on in government behind closed doors with private discussions that is deemed not worthy of public scrutiny. Members from the other side were all nodding their heads in agreement. Don't see any of them asking to speak to this bill. Highly doubt they're going to vote against how they're instructed to vote on this bill. Yet, all the while talking about how important things like this bill are for democracy and for public to know what's going on. There's a long list of things, Madam Chair, that are required through FOI because this government refuses to proactively release them. And perhaps the most telling last week was the Premier's stunt, where in an attempt to try to change the channel and try to have people talk about something different, and if that's not what it was, I guess it was just showing the Premier's total lack of understanding technology. I think it's been well documented in social media circles how the Premier called his smartphone his telephone. That's probably the least used app on anyone's phone these days, is the telephone function of it. And the Premier's response to FOI requests is, who cares? Who cares? Who cares what's on the Premier's phone? Who cares what's on the Premier's computer? That is a damning look into what is really behind this legislation. Who cares is the public. Who cares what's on a smartphone is the public, because we all know in this day and age a smartphone is not really a phone. And perhaps someone could send the Premier a memo, but the smartphone is actually a fairly powerful handheld computer that has all sorts of files, that has all sorts of capabilities on it for documents, document management, information storage, messaging back and forth. That's who cares, the public. And the public wants to know what's going on. It's no different than the tower that used to be at somebody's desk. It's no different than a laptop. It contains critical information of governmental decision-making. And the Premier's response, who cares? Premier's right, I could care less what his Scrabble score is. That's not what we were asking as opposition. And for the Premier to continually dismiss requests from the opposition for information as nothing more than a fishing expedition, I touched on this morning too. The taxpayers of British Columbia pay everyone in opposition to ask those questions on their behalf because they don't have the time or the know-how or the wherewithal to properly word and structure an FOI request. And you know why? Because if they make one mistake, it comes back records not found. When we put in requests for wildfire suppression information from this current wildfire season, it comes back records not found. Probably because we misnamed one log, because somebody within the bureaucracies decided to rename their logbooks. So we get records not found. We're supposed to believe that this government went through a wildfire season, Lytton, Monty Lake, areas around West Kelowna, wiped out, and there's no records. Nothing. So how is the member of the general public supposed to get that information? This bill does nothing to help that access. This bill actually restricts that access even further, makes it even harder for the average person. So it's unfortunate the Premier feels that it's an inconvenience to him to provide information to the public that they're requesting that's coming through his office. And I would point out to people, because I've seen some come to the Premier's defense saying he doesn't have time for that. You're absolutely right, he doesn't. We're not sure what he's doing these days. Ducking and hiding a lot, but we're not sure what else. He doesn't have time for that. No Premier should have time for that. Last I checked, the Premier has close to 500 people working in his office. Pretty sure one or two of them probably know how to pull off some computer files really quickly. As Mayor of Kamloops, I was subject to FOI requests repeatedly, several a month. Between there and chair of the regional district at the same time, lots of FOI requests. I'm no tech wizard by any means. Certainly wasn't that onerous to pull the emails in the date range people were asking for in the subject matter and sending them off to the people that were responsible for dealing with vetting the information to make sure what was supposed to be redacted or not around the rules of FOI. So it's simply not believable that the Premier finds this so onerous. It's just inexcusable. And we saw that with a 7-page letter from the Privacy Commissioner. Privacy Commissioner that's very well respected. Privacy Commissioner that is seen around the world as a leader in the exact job he's been hired to do in British Columbia. In fact, he was here 30 years ago when this was brought in. Under the NDP, I might add, it was brought in. And now it's being dismantled by the NDP. You know who was around as staffers back then? I believe the Premier and the Health Minister were staffers back then when it was brought in. Not sure if we needed FOI to get the backdated memo in the Premier's office that was the now Health Minister as a staffer. But if it wasn't proactively released, FOI would have actually shown that to be what happened. Not under this legislation. Things like backdated memos in the Premier's office would no longer be accessible. That's why it's important. That's why the Privacy Commissioner has problems around the Premier trying to remove his office out. That's why there's a lack of trust right now of what this Premier is trying to action within his own office, because he was around. He was around when interesting things were happening in a Premier's office. Makes you wonder what he doesn't want you to see right now. So we have a Privacy Commissioner with a 7-page letter, of which about 2 paragraphs actually have anything favorable to say whatsoever, and even the favorable things comes with an asterisk. Right direction, however, kind of concerned that it's being left to regulation. Shouldn't happen. And that's around data linking. Data linking that, as we saw with Cambridge Analytica, can be a very problematic thing if the government has an overreach on it. And you know who should know about that, Madam Chair? The Privacy Commissioner, because last I heard, he actually worked on the post-Cambridge Analytica Brexit issue, because he's that good at what he does. But here we have a Premier that chooses to ignore all recommendations, to run roughshod over legislative process. Legislative process that says, Section 80 in the FOIPA Act actually says every 6 years the committee must meet. And in fact, 2021 is that 6th year. By law, the committee has to meet to review the legislation and the Act to make recommended updates and revisions. So it's very important that it's done properly and it's done without the backdrop of political interference and political intimidation, frankly, from the Premier's office. So when we look at other aspects of this bill, and we shouldn't really just get hung up on the fee. The fee is one of those interesting things that the government, I think, is probably happy that everyone's debating right now and talking about. So they don't really dig into the lengths and the abilities that this bill would provide them for things like removing the Premier's office, for things like data linking, for things like data being stored out of country. Just because other jurisdictions have jumped to allow data being stored out of country doesn't make it right. Just because we are one of the last jurisdictions to protect, and rightfully so, protect the residency of our data, doesn't mean we're wrong. It's interesting, you know, Madam Chair, this government has no problem if Dr. Henry says, doesn't matter what the rest of the world's doing, this is what we're doing for COVID. They have no problem jumping behind that message, taking 2 steps behind Dr. Henry and letting her weather the storm of BC doing something different than the rest of the world. No problem at all. The Premier doesn't mind being 3 steps back then whatsoever. He's been doing it all pandemic long. Going get tough, Premier disappears. Premier shows up, has a bunch of confusing statements that contradict everything else we've been hearing from ministers and Dr. Henry. Premier disappears again for a little while. We take freedom of information to find out where he actually is probably right now. But here's the actual true seriousness of that. All of a sudden, with freedom of information, with no one else clamoring, yes, some agencies are clamoring because it would make their life easier, but easier doesn't make better. So in a very self-serving move, we're going to see our data shipped offshore with no guarantees of end-to-end encryption, no guarantees what rules it will fall under within that host country moving forward. Zero. At the same time, as the government is enabling itself to severely, severely expand its abilities around data linking and collecting people's information, collecting information on governmental polls, governmental sites, social media sites, with no clear indication what they're going to do with that. And the Privacy Commissioner is quite clear about his concerns around that as well, because it's heading down that road of Cambridge Analytica. But silence from this government, quite literally silence from this government. Get the odd heckle, They don't have the temerity to actually stand up and actually say anything other than a heckle through a mask that's kind of muffled. That's pretty sad. And I say that, I find myself saying that bill after bill after bill in this House, Madam Chair, that when they were in opposition, this bill, well, first off, we would have never brought forward a bill like this. Secondly, we routinely checked with the Privacy Commissioner on every piece of legislation that might remotely impact people's privacy. And there might be the occasional single clause that was up for debate and disagreement between the Privacy Commissioner and ourselves. There was never a 7-page letter that rips apart pretty much every fundamental piece of this bill. There was never a complete avoidance and ignoring of Section 80 in the bill or in the Act that says that you must actually meet, have your committee meet and go through this process with all parties of this House represented through that process to properly dig into things, to properly consult with the Privacy Commissioner around possible changes and possible moves that could be made. But that's not how this government operates. It's a flat-out, full assault on people's ability to try to access information. And they're shameless about it. There's not a hint of apology. There's contempt and arrogance all over the place. And there's nodding heads of agreement at other moments from the other side, Madam Chair. But those agreements that are nodding will not have the courage of their convictions to actually vote against something like this. And that's pretty sad, because we've heard from experts out there that once data residency is gone, it's never coming back. And you know who really wants the change in data residency? And this is amazing that a government like the NDP would be siding with big data. Because we are one of the outlier jurisdictions. They don't like that. It makes their life a bit of a pain too. Kamloops, we have 2 major data centers in Kamloops built. Some handle exclusively things like BC health information. Data seems to be able to be stored in Kamloops, no problem. We have backup redundant fiber that comes into Kamloops. That's why it was chosen, as well as seismically stable, as well as its climate. The 2 data centers are literally share a property line. They don't seem to have a problem having a big enough pipe to get the information in and out, to store it. They got tons of room for expansion. The one is still only on its first footprint. Its build-out has 5 modules of space, the same as the first footprint on that same site. That's how much growth they have the ability for, just in Kamloops. So when you see things like data residency completely ignored by this government and the concerns, and the refusal to go to committee, it really does make one wonder what exactly this government is hiding. And I think the important part about this is this bill needs more time. This bill needs more time for the public to fully understand the clauses and the complexities, the true ramifications. This bill needs the courtesy, the actual proper due process to be dealt with at the committee, the all-party committee, that legislatively it's supposed to do. We're not expecting that legislative committee in its 6th year, which it's supposed to review, to do a bunch of housekeeping things. The public expectation is that that committee is going to read the bill, read the act, look at the 2, talk with the Privacy Commissioner, and figure out how to truly make it a better bill, a better act moving forward that actually truly protects not the Premier and his office, but protects the public on what's happening with their data footprint and their access to government records. That's really it was at its core, not the fee. The fee is going to be the fee. I think we all see it for what it is. It's going to be a bit of a pain, and frankly, as opposition, we'll have to rework our budget a little, but really the fee, and it's been said before, means we're going to take our caucus budget, which is taxpayers' dollars, to pay the government to go hire someone else to process that fee with your tax dollars so that we can file the same piece of information. So who the fee really impacts is the average person and the media. I make no bones about it. It's no secret. The $25 fee is not going to come out of my personal pocket. When I put in an FOI, it'll come out of our caucus budget. And me, you, everyone else that's a taxpayer in this province will pay that fee on our behalf. And then we're going to have somebody, there's estimates that it'll cost about $35 to process the $25 fee. So taxpayers will pay us $25, and then taxpayers will pay a system another $35. So the taxpayers will pay about $60 so that this government can charge a $25 fee, just so that average people won't have access to the Premier's office. Because as the Premier says, who cares? Who cares what's on the Premier's computer? He certainly seems to care. I have no idea what's on his computer because he won't tell us. He won't tell us basic things, and why that's important is when he tells us basic things around file names and things of that nature, it enables us to go file another FOI because they won't just give us the information they know we're looking for. And then we need an expert to go and file a third FOI so we can finally get the document we're looking for because each one is linked to the other and they just play a game of let's delay. And on things like something as critically important as wildfires, they just flat out say no records found. We're supposed to believe they have no records of what resourcing a wildfire 3 months ago, but there's none available. It's simply not acceptable, and that's why the special committee needs to actually have the respect of doing their job, not the contempt from the Premier of process and the contempt the Premier is showing to regular citizens of this province with this bill. So with that, Madam Chair, I've provided notice to the clerks, and I move that the motion for second reading of Bill number 22, entitled Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Amendment Act 2021, be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting therefore the following. Bill number 22 not be read a second time now, but that the subject matter be referred to the special committee to review the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Okay, the member for Kamloops North Thompson has moved an amendment to the motion for second reading of Bill 22. Reads that I move that the motion for second reading of Bill number 22 entitled Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Amendment Act 2021 be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting therefore the following. Bill number 22 not be read a second time now, but that the subject matter be referred to the special committee to review the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. Members, debate is now on the motion moved by the member for Kamloops North Thompson and recognizing the Leader of the Opposition. The House Leader, I beg your pardon, I've made that mistake twice now. Member from Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a problem. We've all make the odd error, myself included, so that's it's all good. Thank you very much for this time to speak to the amendment. And I touched on it a little bit in my comments about the problems with the bills, or the bill, but I think fundamental and core to it is the bill needs more time to breathe. The bill needs more time for the public to fully understand it. And more importantly, the bill needs more time so that this government can actually let the committee that legislative is supposed to be doing the work of reviewing the act, deal with the act review, and now have the context of this bill to compare and see exactly what the government had in mind. It does not preclude the government from bringing this bill back after the committee does their work. Hopefully, the government would listen to changes being proposed by the committee, but certainly it does not change the government's ability at the end of the committee doing their work to bring forward a bill, an amended bill hopefully, to make changes to the Freedom of Information and Protection Act. But it does enable people to do the work that legislatively they've been tasked to do. They were not tasked in Section 80 of the Act to meet once every 6 years to convene a 2-minute meeting as a committee so that a chair could kick in their stipend for the next 2 or 3 years. That's not what the committee was tasked to do every 6 years. The committee was tasked of meeting to properly review and properly advise the government on updates to the Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act to make sure, in conjunction with the Privacy Commissioner, that amendments are in line with keeping of best practice. We have a 7-page letter from the Privacy Commissioner that very clearly shows us this bill is not in keeping with best practice. So it's important because, as I say, when we want to start talking about data linking, and again, I think we've more than thoroughly put out there how problematic this bill is when it comes to fees and how problematic this bill is when it comes to the Premier's office and his removal through this and his utter disdain for the public to even remotely try to have access to governmental data. But the problem, there's bigger problems. There's bigger long-term problems for people, and it relates with data linking. And we see that in the Privacy Commissioner's letter, that he acknowledges that data linking needs to be updated and modernized to reflect modern practices and standards. But he also goes on to say that leaving it to regulation, to not knowing exactly how the government is going to deal with data linking, leaves a very problematic and troublesome path forward for people. Does the government intend to analyze the online behavior and personality traits of British Columbians, just as they would on a political campaign? We don't know, but this amendment actually allows them to do that. It's the type of information that's usually captured by advertising companies, political campaigns. Again, what legitimate reason does the government have to want to capture this type of information? It would allow the government to collect British Columbians' social media data and from it create a personal profile of that user. That's what the government doesn't want us talking about in this bill, Madam Speaker. And that is why it's important the committee have time and the public have time to get a better understanding of the ramifications of this bill. It also removes the Privacy Commissioner's ability to have oversight over the collection of that data. If ever there should be alarm bells, that would be it. And that's why the Privacy Commissioner has some problems, because it's all through future regulations. Nothing is set in stone, and just like fees, the answer you get back from the Premier is don't worry about it. Nothing to worry about here. Well, by the silence from the other side, I know they don't seem to worry. Which makes you wonder if they actually have read their own bill. We'll find out in committee stage eventually, hopefully after the Special Standing Committee has actually done their work as they're supposed to be tasked to. Hopefully, the government members can at least have the courage to vote to put this over to committee so the committee can do their work for the next few months. I'm not sure that's going to actually happen. The changes are challenging to our freedom of information, our privacy, and our data. There are times that data linking can work. There's people that, someone experiencing homelessness, they may require cross-ministry supports from social development and poverty reduction, housing, mental health and addictions, etc. So that can be a good thing. But your data, your personal data is supposed to be sacred when it comes to the government, especially in this modern age. And the government has a responsibility to have proper protections, but we don't see those protections in here. We don't know the checks and the balances to make sure that that privacy is respected. It's a very significant concern. The NSA scandal of 2013 showed us the dangers of how government collects and uses people's data and how it can be abused. Cambridge Analytica scandal 2018, right? They mined Facebook to build voter profiles to influence the election. Here's a very concerning one. How many members of this House have children of school age? How many people in the media? How many people in general? Because a lot of those parents, they're utilizing social media to conduct their own COVID data tracking in schools and districts. Why? Because the government keeps withholding COVID data and families. How does this data linking connect with them, especially if they happen to be running through a school page? Because I have news, contrary to the Premier not wanting to take any responsibility for school districts, schools are provincial government purview. How does this data linking impact your child's online presence through their school? We don't know, because there's no detail, and no committee has properly looked at this. Why? Why does the government feel it's so necessary to harvest people's online social media presence when it comes to them making a comment about the bad roads, about campgrounds, favorable or not, about a wide range of public engagement, about things like sick day? The sick day surveys that are out there right now. Take our survey, click online here. Guess what? Under this act, under these changes in this bill, they'll be able to start linking what you say on that with what you said about BC Parks, with what you said about the roads, and they can start to get your social media digital footprint all lined up quite nicely for targeted government marketing. Nothing in here prevents that from happening. Nothing. And that should scare a lot of people. Especially when you layer that with the amount of oversight of the Privacy Commissioner that is being stripped away in this bill. No wonder the Privacy Commissioner has reservations about this bill. 7 pages of reservations, actually. Well, let's be fair, 6.5. Half a page, he had reasonably complimentary things to say about a couple of the clauses. So we're going to increase government's ability to mine, collect, cross-link, essentially scrape your social media footprint and collate all that. We're going to restrict the public's ability to access information at the same time. So the government gets to access all your information much easier. It makes it much harder for the public to access government's information. And the one statutory independent officer in this province that is tasked solely with being the oversight to make sure there's not overreach is getting their power stripped away in this bill. And this government, this Premier, has such contempt for the public, he won't even allow that to go to a committee. A legislatively convened committee that within the privacy bill says it has to meet once every 6 years, and 2021 is that 6th year. That's how little respect for this whole process this Premier has, and that's how little respect this Premier has for the public to access documents that he may be linked to. Because who cares, according to the Premier? Doesn't want us to see any information that's linked to him. But he sure went out of his way to make sure there's a lot of information they can start collecting off of every single private citizen, including school-aged children, to link together to make sure they have a nice, tight profile built up. And we don't know where it all links. We don't know because it doesn't actually specify in the bill, which again, Privacy Commissioner points out as a concern. We don't know if I go on and make a comment about the roads on my son's social media page, because he makes a post and I say, oh, be careful, roads are bad driving to Vancouver today. We don't know if that gets collected in, because it's a reference to government or not. We don't know how any of this interlinks. And believe me, I am the farthest thing you're going to find from a conspiracy theorist. But you can start to see why people start to get the feelings around government overreach when you see pieces of legislation like this and an unwillingness from government to stand up and defend it, to explain it, to describe it. Instead, we had a minister that stood up for a minute and a half, and the only clip you could get from a press event was a modest fee. That's it. That's the depth of defense of this piece of legislation.
Member, just a reminder that you're speaking to the amendment.
That's right, Madam Chair. Thank you. And so that's why it's important to go through the committee, and that's what the amendment would do. Put it to the committee so those questions can actually be properly canvassed in an all-party way so that the public can actually properly understand the implications specifically and most importantly probably about their own personal information. Because the $25 fee the committee could discuss will impact those that actually file a Freedom of Information request. And we know that that's a few hundred people a year, and we know it'll be a financial hit to them. We know it'll be a financial hit to media and newsrooms with ever-shrinking budgets. But we already kind of understand that. What the committee could look into to shine a light on and expose for the public is that every single British Columbian under this Act actually has their data put at risk. And we don't have a full understanding of that. We don't have a full understanding of what the government wants to do with that data linking, and we don't know how that interconnects with their desire, and no one seems to understand what this desire is for, is to move data residency out of the country. So not only does this bill allow for an increased overreach of government to collect personal data like never before and link it all together on you, every single resident of British Columbia, let's be clear, Madam Chair, unlike the fee that will only be for those that file, data linking impacts every single British Columbian on their daily lives. And then you layer that with all that data going to an offshore entity beholden to the laws of the country where the data is being held. Not the laws of British Columbia, not the disclosure rules of British Columbia, but whatever that jurisdiction is. That is a problem. And that's what the committee needs to look at, and that's why this motion to defer it over to the committee to let them properly do their legislatively mandated work is so important, so that when we deal with an FOI bill at this House, after the committee has properly done their work, we're dealing with an FOI bill of Bill 22 that has been properly vetted, properly looked at, has proper safeguards in place for all British Columbians' personal information and data residency. Because this bill it's bad enough the Premier is worried about hiding his own data from us, but in the very next breath in this bill, the Premier wants every bit of data about us. And that's wrong. It should be the other way around. Residents in British Columbia should know that the government is not collecting data every time they click on some sort of governmental web page on them. Last count we heard, there was some 150 some web pages the government directly oversees, and many other in their other partner agencies that would all be subject to this. So people click on governmental linked sites much more than they might realize. Their kids click on governmental sites much more than they realize. And the committee needs to look into this to figure out why this government is so bent on making sure that the public is an open book to government and the Premier gets to slam the book shut when it comes to his office. So that's why I'll be supporting this amendment, Madam Speaker. I'm highly doubtful anyone from the government is going to bother speaking to the amendment because they haven't bothered to speak with any depth to the bill, which is completely shameful in itself. But I look forward to hearing other speakers and their comments and their opinions around the amendment to move this to committee to take a look at it properly as legislation actually calls for. Thank you.
Recognizing the member from Abbotsford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too took a moment before I stood to see if those on the other side of the House had anything to say with regards to this. Sadly, their response of silence is pretty much what we've heard throughout the entire portion of this. It is a pleasure to rise in the House. Unfortunately, it's not a pleasure necessarily to talk with regards to Bill 22, and I am pleased to talk to the amendment, however. I hold in my hand a letter from the Privacy Commissioner. If I was on the other side of the House, I challenge them to look, challenge the other side of the House, Madam Speaker, to look through the records to see if there has ever been a letter of this magnitude from the Privacy Commissioner pointing out as many issues with a piece of legislation as there is on this particular one. Madam Speaker, prior to politics, I was proud, and I am still proud, to be a chiropractor, a doctor. And I would record people's health care records as is required and should be. I took that oath of privacy of what happened in that room. It's sacred. I was not allowed to tell a partner what the other one had said in the room unless I had full consent. I was to keep those records secure because someone's privacy to the most personal thing, their health care records, depended on my duty to do so. This particular legislation means that my health care records, my wife's health care records, all of our records will now end up going offshore. That is not something that we should take lightly, Madam Speaker. As was mentioned, once it goes offshore, we can never get it back. We are opening up a Pandora's box where we will not have the legal recourse to ensure that those records are held privately, that they're secure. Madam Speaker, I am deeply troubled with the rapid pace that this went through. Now, I was also a mayor of a city. And I'll be honest with you, freedom of information requests are an absolute pain. They cause a lot of work. There are certain frequent flyers that ask questions over and over again and ask for requests. But it's part of the democratic process, Madam Speaker. As much of a tedious chore as it was to endure, democracy requires an awful lot of sunlight. The fees, I agree, can be a burden for some, and it will act as a toll, which I find it interesting coming from the side that loves to tout that they got rid of tolls. They're now tolling the Freedom of Information Highway. It's no different. However, in this case, I believe sometimes it's worse. Because this involves the heart of this place. We are supposed to be open and transparent. The taxpayers have paid for the information that they're asking for, and it helps keep government accountable. 7 pages of the Privacy Commissioner's report, Madam Speaker, and it lists grave concern after concern after concern after concern. I believe it needs a sober second thought. I believe that the committee that was put in place, rather than just issuing paychecks or stipends to those that are on that committee, I believe that they want to actually work to earn those stipends on behalf of the taxpayer by reviewing this legislation. When one of the most respected privacy commissioners in the world sends a 7-page letter, it is time to heed those warnings. It is time to heed what the Privacy Commissioner has said. When one of the most respected privacy commissioners in the world says the proposals would be a step backwards for British Columbia, this House has a duty to listen. That's why we hired the expertise of the Privacy Commissioner. The Privacy Commissioner is waving a red flag of danger, and to just boldly carry on is incredibly troublesome to me. It should be incredibly troublesome to British Columbians. When it comes to data linking, I'm not so sure I am comfortable with my grandchildren accessing government-linked websites, and their data is now being linked. I'm not comfortable with where and what that data means and where it will end up, and under whose control it will be. And every parent in British Columbia, every individual in British Columbia should be concerned as to where this data is actually going to go and who's going to have access to it and what it's going to be used for. This is a travesty, in my opinion, of what the intent is for. We have seen, as been mentioned prior, with the Cambridge Analytical scandal of 2018, what happens when data ends up in the wrong hands, Mr. Speaker. It begs the question, what's the government going to do with all this data? Why are they not wanting to put it through the actual committee who's to ask these questions? Why is this being railroaded through this House? Why? And actually what bothers me in some ways the most is the Privacy Commissioner has said, at the very least, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, it is imperative that my office be consulted on the draft regulations as soon as they are available, as their content will provide the crucial legal substance on data residency protections and other important matters," unquote. Regulations that will not be debated on this floor. Regulations that, behind the secrecy of closed doors, government makes up as they wish. It is far, far too much power. Far, far too important for regulations of this magnitude, when it involves our privacy, can be made up as government wishes. This House should defend our privacy. We need to remember why it is that this nation was formed in the first place. Democracy deserves that we protect it. And now, in the new digital age, the data that's going to be collected, if put in the wrong hands, if the proper safeguards are not in place, can never, ever be taken back. To have this data go offshore to who only knows what, and who only knows what they're going to do with it, and to who knows whom's going to be able to look at it, every British Columbian in this province should be outraged by that. This House has a duty to protect our citizens, not to expose them to this kind of threat. It's all fine and well if it's in the right hands and the proper things are done with it. But this House needs to consider itself what happens if it ends up in the wrong hands. I'm not so sure that I'm comfortable with the data being used in those hands. What are they going to find out about me, my family, my neighbors, my granddaughter? British Columbians should be concerned about what's going to happen to this data, how it's going to be collected, and who's going to use it for whatever nefarious purpose that may end up if it's in the wrong hands. We have a duty. When the Privacy Commissioner says, page after page after page, that there's a concern, to listen to that. This is going to be, I believe, one of the most important pieces of documents and legislation that's going to come across us in this 3 years. And for the other side of the House to sit there silent, I'd love to get over it. Pardon me, Mr. Speaker. I'd love to get over it, but I can't. I lose sleep at night because this is the kind of poorly written legislation that acts as a huge pitfall. Mr. Speaker, this should be disturbing to all members of the House. This is not to be a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. We have a duty to protect our citizens, to protect our citizens' data, to protect their health care records, not to use it because we don't want to do freedom of information, and we're just getting too many of them. And it's just, boo-hoo, it's a big burden on us. This isn't child play here, Mr. Speaker. This is incredibly sensitive information that we have a duty to ensure that is protected. This data that's going to end up, Lord only knows where, should be very, very concerning to us. In addition to that, not only is the data going to end up anywhere but we have reduced the oversight. At a time when we should increase the oversight of the Privacy Commissioner, this legislation takes the power away. It boggles my mind. We have taken and reduced the powers of the Privacy Commissioner. What's the point of even having one then? If government is going to do whatever they want with this data, what's the point of having a Privacy Commissioner if we're not going to listen to the Privacy Commissioner? This is incredibly flawed legislation. And I plead with the other side of the House to heed the nonpartisan person that we put in power to overview what we're doing so we don't end up inadvertently walking off a cliff. And that's what we're about to do with this. This isn't about one side versus the other, Mr. Speaker. This is about protecting those we hold dear, that we all took an oath in this House to do so, and that is every single citizen within this province. I am deeply, deeply troubled with this legislation. The legislation should stay, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, the data should stay within the confines of this province. We have the capability to do so. Only then will our legal system be able to properly prosecute those that make a mistake, even if it's a mistake, whether intentionally or not. It is unthinkable that any government would allow the privacy of their citizens, their most personal records, to not only be mined so they know what social links I'm talking on, what social links we're all interacting on, a group of parents, as was mentioned, that are trying to protect their children and are sharing COVID data because the government bureaucracy is too slow, that somehow they will end up in a pool and a profile will be made. That's only one of many, Mr. Speaker. In addition to that, it allows people to delete information with no penalty. This coming from the side that yells out triple delete all the time. Give me a break. This is worse because it sanctifies it. It sanctifies the pre-deleting of information with no penalty. Even the subsidiary corporations subsidiary corporations such as NBC that will not be allowed to get the most basic of information. This legislation somehow magically changes how the Premier's office is subject to FOIs, with no pathway to how information from that office can be gotten. We're just supposed to assume, hey, it's okay. You know, we'll still be able to do it. Yet the Privacy Commissioner points it out. He says, I am very concerned, quote, I am very concerned that Bill 22 would remove the office of the Premier as a public body under Schedule 2 of FIPA. My understanding is the government believes this designation is not necessary on the basis that the Premier is first a minister, and therefore his office is a ministry, and therefore covered under Schedule 1 definition of a public body. He says, goes on, this is not with respect clear in law or constitutional convention, and this change would introduce, at the very least, uncertainty in the application of law. Moreover, I am not aware of any harm flowing from relating to this designation, which obviously begs the question as to why the change is being made when the outcome is again not as clear as I am told government believes it, unquote. The Privacy Commissioner is right that the heart of government lies at the Premier's office. The heart of government lies at the Premier's office, and the public has a right to know, as the Premier himself said, and I paraphrase, to get the right to the information so they can know whether government has made good or bad decisions, and what rationale was used to make those decisions. The further goes on, the Commissioner points out that the bill makes it an offence for a person to willfully destroy records or alter them, but it does not go far enough in the inappropriate destruction of records, which should be penalized at any time. So you destroy a few records, you alter them the way you want. Hey, there's no foul. If you inadvertently do it, please define what inadvertently means. How can you inadvertently destroy and alter a document? You have a duty to ensure that those documents do not get destroyed or altered, Mr. Speaker. The taxpayers should have a backup copy of these records. And then when it comes to what they call snooping offenses, they do occur, and they should be punished. But someone, according to the Privacy Commissioner, who merely views one inadvertently could now be guilty underneath this act. Inadvertently looking at a file. I'd be pretty concerned if I was anyone that had the access to any government information, if I inadvertently looked at something and I now could be charged for an offense. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no decent legislation with regards of the data that's protected, like there has been in other jurisdictions. And again, I read from the Privacy Commissioner in his letter of October 20th, with respect, it is not enough for government to say the guardrails will be put in place and regulation at a later date. Hey, we'll wait until somebody drives off the road and then we'll fix it. It's basically what he's saying. You should be able to understand to put safeguards and guardrails in place now. We should be sophisticated. And if we're not sophisticated enough to understand it, Mr. Speaker, we should listen to the person that is, which is the Privacy Commissioner, and consult with him. We should have the committee think about guardrails. And it has not been taken care of. Like he carries on, if the government chooses not to pass a regulation, there will be no protections at all for personal information disclosed outside of Canada. That's worth repeating. There will be no protection at all with information disclosed outside of Canada. If this government thinks that that is healthy for the citizens of British Columbia, shame. It's a shame. Politics is one thing, partisan is another. But when there is no protection, we should all be up late at night. And it wouldn't be that hard. It's not like there isn't examples in the world to be able to put regulations in or put in on the legislation itself. Quebec's Bill 64 completely overhauls their privacy law regime to accommodate data residency outside of Quebec. The EU has done the same thing. There's a general data protection regulation. Australia has the Australian Privacy Principle Guidelines. It's not like the guardrails have not been put in place and the safety valve has not been invented somewhere else. We don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel, but to disregardedly do this is paramount to handing the keys to a 16-year-old that doesn't have a driver's license and here's the keys to a Ferrari. Go take her for a spin and let us know how that's going to work out for you. It's reckless. It is borderline incompetent, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker. All because the Premier doesn't want to show us a few files on his computer? Is this how we got here? What the heck's on there? Makes me wonder. Why are we doing this legislation to go to these great lengths to strip the power of the Privacy Commissioner, to store our data offline, to link everything we do, and then remove the Premier's office from accountability and FOIs, according to the Privacy Commissioner? Every British Columbian should be outraged, and the press should be concerned because it's going to affect them. But I believe the press should take a deeper look into this legislation because it's a heck of a lot more dangerous than just adding a few tolls to the Freedom of Information Highway. This is incredibly flawed legislation. And it literally takes a poke at one of the fundamental principles that we have a duty to protect our citizens. We're leaving them we're leaving their flank exposed. I am deeply, deeply troubled by this legislation. And I would heed this government to pay attention to one of the most respected voices in the world, our own highly respected Privacy Commissioner, and take this legislation, go put it in the committee where it belongs. Let's fix some of the flaws in this before it's too late. Let's take the partisan out of this. The Privacy Commissioner did. He's nonpartisan. To strip him of his powers, to allow the Premier's office to have greater powers and be able to avoid, we have no idea at the end of this, and then to secretly behind closed doors have the power to just leave it up to the minister for whatever regulations they feel like at the moment. I'm appalled. I'm appalled. And I'm disgusted that anybody thinks that this piece of legislation is of value after the Privacy Commissioner has pointed out what they've pointed out in their letter. When the Privacy Commissioner decides it's time to go stand in front of the media and say, hang on a minute, this ain't so good. There's a bunch of problems here, folks. When the Privacy Commissioner says, this is a warning to you all, I would encourage all citizens of British Columbia to pick up the phone. I would say, go to your media source, but I don't know where that's going to end up. You might be better off picking up a phone and phoning your MLA and saying, this isn't good. I'd encourage you to go to social media, but I'm not so sure how safe that is anymore. Shameful. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. This legislation needs a somber second thought, and I fully support the amendment that it should go to the committee that's required and then to the Privacy Commissioner for further discussion. We need to have the best legislation in the world that protects our individuals, not a piece of worse this thing is just beyond flawed, Mr. Speaker. And I cannot and will not support it. And I encourage everyone out there to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Senates North and the Islands, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak in favor of the amendment, which to refer that Bill 22 not be read a second time now and that the subject matter be referred to the special committee. And I think I'd like to just start my debate on this part of the work that we're doing here to highlight that this exemplifies why we have committees, why we have the standing committees, and why we have special committees that undertake the statutory requirements of reviewing legislation. It's because those all-party committees do the work to round the rough edges of proposals that might come in front of government. We debate and discuss the issues that are in front of us. We invite people to come and provide evidence, and then we provide recommendations that are made by all sides and all corners of this legislature to the government in order to craft the amendments of the legislation and to ensure that those changes that can be made to the legislation are informed and that they also reflect the discussion and the debate, the deliberation that happens at those committees. And so it is, I think, a necessary requirement, well, not I think, I know it's a necessary requirement of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act to do this review, a review that's underway right now. In fact, one of the unique aspects of this motion to amend is that there's actually a committee, a special committee that's sitting right now to refer this bill to. Normally, when this motion is put on the floor, the member is putting it to a committee that isn't tasked with reviewing the legislation that is applicable. In this case, there actually is a special committee that's sitting to do this exact work. So there's actually a committee that would welcome this legislation as part of that review. Right now, there's another committee that's meeting, Mr. Speaker, and it's the Personal Information and Protection Act committee. And that committee's been underway now for, it feels like years, because I'm on that committee, and it started in the previous Parliament. Not even a snap election could disrupt that committee work, Mr. Speaker, because, well, it did, actually. But as soon as the legislature resumed, that committee was formed again, and off we went to determine whether or not we would start the process all over again, or whether we would simply pick up the work as it had been left off and continue along. And I think we picked sort of an approach in the middle, where we took some of the information that was gathered in the previous Parliament, and then we continued to do public consultations as the new committee was formed. So what's really interesting and why I raise this is because the way that this government is handling the citizens' information has been divided into two. When your information is being held by a private entity, we will study that for months, and the deliberations will inform the update. In fact, the Information and Privacy Commissioner has been very instructive to us in providing the recommendations as he sees would be fit to manage people's information when a company is doing it. When it comes to how government's holding this information, Mr. Speaker, this government feels that it's okay to not do any consultation, to not ask any questions, to simply propose amendments and have this House debate them in here without the benefit of public consultation, without the benefit of stakeholders, without the benefit of experts, which is an opposite approach to the one that they're taking when it comes to private. So when public bodies hold your information, British Columbians, this government deals with it one way. And when the public bodies own, private bodies control your information, this government will deal with it in a different way. It's still your information. It's still the information of British Columbians. There is no reason why it needs to be handled in two separate ways other than this government has a lack of interest in the transparency and the accountability that they have to their citizens, but yet they will be very, very certain to ensure that the private entities that hold your information will hold it in a way that is accountable and transparent. It's a completely unacceptable response to how we manage the information, the expectations that we have for this same information. The information isn't different. It's just how this government decides that it wants to deal with it. And so what I would say is let's deal with the information the same way. Let's have some consistency. We're going to study seemingly for months on end how a private entity holds your information. The government should, by the same token, provide that same benefit of the study and the same process through the committee that is studying FOIPA, the public side of this situation. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, has written a detailed letter, 7 pages. I guess this was his attempt to try to right the wrong of being cut out of this, of the process to inform the legislation that we have in front of us, the amending Act, Bill 22. This was the only opportunity that the Information and Privacy Commissioner had to inform this bill, was to write a public letter and put on the record the numerous considerations that he feels that we should have. And I should point out, our Information and Privacy Commissioner is a substantive individual when it comes to information and privacy issues globally. When they were investigating Cambridge Analytica, as an example, the whole Brexit story that people have heard all about, who did they call on and who was seconded to do this work? The very same Information and Privacy Commissioner that this government is choosing to ignore. The very same person who's an expert on this that is informing, in fact, the Personal Information and Protection Act. He's okay, his advice is good to inform that process, but in terms of the process of the public bodies, now we'd prefer to cut him out of this debate, not take his advice, sidestep the accountability and transparency mechanisms that this House has put in place, and just push it through. Use that majority government that the Premier so desperately wanted to achieve in the last election to push through a piece of legislation that is not in the public interest. The only interest that it's in is the interest of the Premier's office and the ministers who have no intention of providing the information that British Columbians own. There are a number of issues that the Information and Privacy Commissioner raised in the letter. Data linking. How are data linking activities going to roll out? Well, we'll leave that to regulation. We'll leave it up to a minister. We'll leave it up to the ministry staff to determine through regulation. Let's ask British Columbians about that. We don't have the opportunity because this is going to be put into law before the British Columbians have the opportunity to be able to comment on it. Data residency. What do British Columbians think about where their data resides? Here, there, everywhere? We won't know what British Columbians think about this proposed change because we're going to make this proposed change before we ask British Columbians, even though we have a committee that's currently established. It has a chair, it has a deputy chair, ready to go to ask British Columbians this very question. Again, another issue that would be great to refer to the committee. Privacy breach notifications. What about the nuances that the Information and Privacy Commissioner has noted? Should we have the committee take a look at the impact of privacy breach notifications as an example when it comes to criminal investigations? Subsidiary corporations, another issue that was raised by the Information and Privacy Commissioner, leaving it to the discretion of the minister, if it's in the public interest, to determine if a subsidiary corporation is a public body. Based on what? I don't know. Why don't we refer it to the committee and ask them to investigate this? They have the benefit of time and space to be able to investigate this in the appropriate way that a committee of this House, which I should point out, the committees of this House are committees of this House. They're not government committees. We all stood when we appointed that committee to review the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. When we did that work, and this is good for the new members of this place to understand, we all did that together. We passed a motion in this place to strike that committee. That is a committee of this House. It serves the work is outlined in the terms of reference, but it serves this place. And what government does when it moves legislation while a committee of this House is still deliberating and has yet to report, is it disrespects the act of this House. Certainly, as the Speaker noted, the government has the right to move legislation, but that doesn't mean it's the correct thing to do or a good thing to do. It doesn't mean that it's respectful of this House to do it. Certainly, the Speaker was reflecting on the fact that when there is no other option, the government could do that. But should the government do that? Well, that's a completely different question, and one that I guess is left to your to ethics. And if you respect this place, if you respect this House, this democracy, if you respect the processes of this place, then you don't throw that kind of curveball. Then you don't put in front of the legislature an act which is substantively the most substantial amendments in a decade, amending a piece of legislation that you've already referred to a committee that's part of a statutory requirements of that act. It's disrespectful. And if it's not disrespectful, then it's an embarrassing mismanagement of this House. Either way, it's inappropriate. Removal of the Premier's office as a public body. I don't know. That seems like a good thing to ask British Columbians. What do you think about this? Should the Premier's office be part of this Freedom of Information request process? Why not just cut the Premier out altogether? What do you think about that? What do the experts have to say? What do the privacy experts have to say? What do the stakeholders have to say? What does the public think about their Premier not having to answer to Freedom of Information requests? Well, we don't get a chance to ask British Columbians that anymore. If it was part of the same process that we applied to PIPA, the other act, we might have put out a survey. We could have asked specifically, why don't you provide information back on this? It would have been a thoughtful process. We would have weighed all of the considerations. We would have deliberated on a recommendation. And then when the Minister of Citizen Services moves this legislation forward, it can be reasonably assured that it is in line with the expectations of British Columbians. Instead, the Minister of Citizen Services has said, I don't care. It doesn't matter what British Columbians think. We're going to move this piece of legislation the way we think it should be, in spite of the fact that we've got a committee that's currently doing and undertaking the work that has been approved and, in fact, required by this House. Fines for the destruction of records. Well, the Information and Privacy Commissioner suggests it doesn't go far enough. So, again, yet another issue that could be referred and say, what should the fines be? How expansive should it be? What happens when somebody willfully conceals or destroys or alters a record? What happens in that situation? Should it be any time? Or should it be just when somebody makes a request? I'm certain that British Columbians would have an opinion on that matter, and it could inform this legislation. Unfortunately, again, the minister and this government, the premier, said, we don't care. Doesn't matter. Move it forward. Pretend like the committee is going to be useful reviewing this freshly amended legislation. Try to convince British Columbians that we're going to open this legislation again sometime in this parliament. How likely is that going to be? Other than in pure incompetence, a piece of legislation doesn't just open and close and open and close and amend and amend and amend. And it just doesn't happen that way. Unless, of course, a government doesn't know what it's doing. And it forgets something, and then it's got to amend it in a MISCSATS and a Miscellaneous Statutes and Amendment Act. But the likelihood of a government actually opening, and in fact, I think that there was probably even a policy in previous governments to the ministers. I'm certain that premiers past have said to their ministers, you get your amendments in order now, because the likelihood of us opening that piece of legislation up again is small to nil. I don't know, I've never been in there, but I imagine that a government doesn't like to open a piece of legislation and make major amendments within the same parliament. It just would make sense to managing a house appropriately and to not be just a general embarrassment. Application fees. I don't know. When should information be free and when should it cost something? When is the freedom of information a freedom of information? Or when are we going to charge British Columbians to get access to their own data, to their own content? And I recognize there's probably some that'll say, well, if you want your own data, you can get it. Sure. If you want your own personal data, you can still get it. But let's not forget and let's not lose sight of the fact here, folks, that all of the data that this government collects is under the ownership of all British Columbians. It's all of our data. This government doesn't get blessed with being in full control over all of us. This is still a government of the people here, I think. It's starting to look a little Orwellian, but I can tell you that right now we still have an opportunity to fight this, and so that's what we're doing. This amendment that's been moved here to refer this to the appropriate place is the appropriate act, and people who vote against this are actually speaking against and voting against what the Speaker of this place ruled earlier last week, and I'll get to that. Authorizing public bodies to disregard requests. I remember when this legislation first hit our desk and we started to flip through it, and you know, when you're just giving it a cursory view, you think, oh, okay, it's fine. This one, though, what is this one? What is this? Where we are expanding the parameters. This bill would expand the parameters of a decision maker to say, no, you know what, you can just disregard the request. Don't worry about it. Doesn't matter what the person was looking for, what their need was, you don't need to respond to this. And what does the Information and Privacy Commissioner say? Quote, a troubling new criterion under which the Privacy Commissioner would be asked to authorize a public body to disregard a request where the responding request would unreasonably interfere with the operations of the public body because the request is unreasonably broad. I don't know. Let's refer that to the public. Let's ask them what criteria should be in place where the decision maker that's empowered with this can disregard that. These are all questions that a committee actually reviews. This is the reason why we have a committee process. We've literally had we've literally had the Personal Information Protection Act and the Police Act under active review for months now, doing really good work of this House, on behalf of this House. And all the members that are sitting on those committees are happy to be doing that work because it is productive, quality work on behalf of this Assembly. And if not anything, it's incredibly inconsistent to have those committees doing that work while the government is undermining and eroding the committee structure that we have in place because they don't want this to be publicly debated. Sorry, a little confused with what's going on behind me here. As the Information and Privacy Commissioner said, committee work is essential in encouraging the fulsome public dialogue that is expected when it comes to pieces of legislation like PIPA and FOIPA, Personal Information and Protection Act, and the Freedom of Information and the Protection of Privacy Act. There is a reason why there's a statutory requirement for the legislation to review these bills over a period of time. A, because it's a fast-moving area, and we need to make sure that our laws are up to date. But two, because it's the public's information, not the government's house, on the other side of the house information. It's not their information to be able to determine how it gets shared and how it doesn't get shared with the people of BC. It's our information. And an all-party committee of the House is the only appropriate place to be working up recommendations. Otherwise, we are incredibly vulnerable to a government doing exactly what this government is doing, which is changing the rules midstream. Doesn't matter. You got a committee, doesn't matter. I can't imagine how British Columbians can't look at the other committees that are currently underway and thinking, well, if the government thinks that it doesn't matter for this committee, how much do these other committees matter? And there's a huge amount of work done by members of this House, and it's incredibly unfortunate that this government has decided that it's going to take this opportunity to undermine and erode the work of this House the way that they've done. This process has given no time for consultation on, quote, the first substantive amendments to the Act in over a decade. Those are the words of our Information and Privacy Commissioner. I think those are the feelings of the media. Those are the feelings of the people on this side of the House. And I'm certain that those are probably the feelings of a lot of people that are sitting in the back benches of the BC NDP government right now wondering what the heck is going on. Nobody said to us when we signed up to run that we were going to be undermining access to information in this province. Nobody told me that was part of the promise of a majority government, was that one of the first acts and one of the first sessions was to take a sledgehammer to information and privacy, data management, access to information. I don't know, maybe they did. Maybe that was secretly part of the government's agenda all along. Last week, Mr. Speaker provided advice to this House. Quote, once the House is tasked a select standing committee or a special committee with a line of inquiry through a terms of reference, the House has no knowledge of what transpires in such a committee or what conclusions or recommendations the committee intends to make in respect of those terms of reference until such a time as that committee reports to the House. Respecting this principle and reality, the Chair can appreciate the difficult situation that a parliamentary committee would find itself in if, while it is nearing the completion of a public consultation resulting from a statutory review of an Act, substantial amendments to the same Act were brought forward for the consideration of this House. It may have a significant impact on the work of such a committee, especially if that committee is required to report to the House within a time-constrained period. Parliamentary committees, and this is a key paragraph. Every member of that government sitting over there feeling so comfortable in the majority needs to listen to this. Parliamentary committees fulfill an important function within our democratic process. They allow a small subset of members to engage directly with British Columbians on matters that they are tasked with by this House. Committees often do this by undertaking extensive public consultations which require a great deal of resourcing. The type of resourcing, the type of consultation, the type of process that this legislative process isn't very well equipped to undertake. This legislative process, the lawmaking process that we're undertaking right now, where a bill gets read for the first, the second committee, the third time, that's a different process. One that should come necessarily after the deep consultation that this type of work requires, that this subject matter requires. Not the upside-down, backwards way that this government is proposing this. I got an idea. Let's amend the legislation before the committee finishes the work, and then we'll pretend like we're an upstanding, forthright, forthcoming government. And when asked a question, we'll flash our cell phones around in front of a camera for a bit, hoping that the media and everybody else goes for it, hoping that time will pass, hoping nobody will raise the questions, hoping no unfortunate amendments come forward to force us to debate this any longer. Completely and totally inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker goes on to say, the Chair appreciates in certain circumstances the effectiveness of the work of such a committee could be undermined by the introduction of a bill that relates directly and substantively to the work of that committee. Well, I would say that that's exactly what's going on here. Undermining the work of the committee, undermining public confidence in the processes of this House, undermining the public confidence that their government is looking out and protecting their information for their interests, not for the interests of the governing party. The Speaker provides this. That is not to say that committee proceedings may preclude the introduction of legislation. There may be unique, urgent, or otherwise necessary circumstances that may require the House to act swiftly through the consideration of legislation. I'm just going to end my comments by saying this. Nothing in this second reading debate has demonstrated that there is anything unique, anything urgent, or anything otherwise reflecting otherwise necessary circumstances that require us to be having this debate. And therefore, there is only one place that this work needs to be happening right now, and that is one of the committee rooms in this legislature, the Special Committee of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, where, I should point out, at least two members of this place, at least one member of this place, is benefiting from that committee being struck with now no work in front of it. Completely and totally inappropriate. Like I said earlier, this government has either decided that they don't care about the processes of this House, or they lack the competence to align what the right hand, left hands are doing. Either way, the situation that we find ourselves in here today, Mr. Speaker, is entirely embarrassing. And it is eroding the public confidence in this House. And that is completely unacceptable. So with that, I'm going to take my seat and just reiterate that I will be supporting wholeheartedly the motion to amend this legislation to send it to the committee reviewing FOIPA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. West Vancouver, Capilano, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Saanich North and the Islands. It's wash, rinse, repeat right now. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to stand in the House in favour of this motion to refer the bill back to the special committee. There is currently a special committee to review the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. It was only reconstituted on June 16, 2021. The Legislative Assembly agreed that a special committee be appointed to review the Freedom of Information and Protection and Privacy Act pursuant to Section 80 of that Act. Now, this was only, 8 months ago that this was constituted, and so I'm not quite sure what's happened in that period of time that has made this so important to be reviewed at this point or to be moved at this point. The special committee was set to conduct consultations and submit a report, including any recommendations respecting the results of that review after speaking to the community and to people in the community, and make recommendations to the Legislative Assembly, and that was to be done within 1 year of this motion being adopted by the House. Waiting that 1 year, that is only 8 months from now. This government voted for the creation of this committee. This committee includes 4 members of government's caucus. How are they feeling? That they've now been appointed to this committee and they have no work to do? Don't they feel that they're being discounted, that they're being undermined? Because I certainly feel that the committee is being discounted and undermined. Now, I will follow up what the member from Saanich North said in terms of the police reform. I am on the special committee for reforming the Police Act. And I wonder at some point as we're going through this and we're interviewing all of the witnesses and we're spending hundreds of hours reviewing this and speaking to stakeholders, should I perhaps expect that in the next week or two this government is going to bring forward a proposed amendment to the Police Act? Because that is the same as what is happening right now with this act. Now, we have not heard this government provide a compelling argument or reasoning as to why it is imperative to make these amendments to this act in such haste prior to allowing that special committee work to be undertaken. What has changed in 4 months? And why is this government so keen to undermine the role of the Privacy Commissioner and disregard his comments and recommendations? Now, if I was cynical, which of course I'm not, I might think that there is a change or amendment in this legislation that government would prefer not to have vetted by the committee, not to hear feedback because it may not be in agreement with the changes that are being made, or simply not be transparent for the public to be taking a look at. So we are very concerned about British Columbians' privacy. Now, the issue that has been spoken about most publicly and has been of most concern in the media and amongst our conversations last week has really been this charge for access to Freedom of Information requests. And that is a significant issue. But another issue that has not received as much discussion, Mr. Speaker, are the changes being made to how government can collect and use British Columbians' data, personal data. Now, what might seem like mundane or basic information might not be used for such basic or mundane reasons. We don't know that. When someone submits a form to government regarding personal information, one often provides an email or a digital profile so that government can store information on file and share it amongst various ministries and public institutions. Now, what this amendment is doing, Mr. Speaker, it is allowing data scraping of British Columbians' personal postings and social media, and this can be connected to the personal information that government already holds on British Columbians. So in the amendment under Section 20, 21, 22, and Section 48 of the bill, the definition for data linking is being rewritten, and this will have 3 implications within the legislation. One of those implications in health research, the second is social media and engagements by government, and the third is all personal records within the custody and control of government. So until now, Mr. Speaker, the government here in British Columbia has been largely restricted from gathering this information. When in the wrong hands, this information can be used to target someone without them knowing it. It can be used for any number of reasons, and we don't always know what those reasons are. Even in the past, when it was deemed permissible to collect this information, to collect this metadata, it was under the purview and the supervision of the Independent Privacy Commissioner. Now, this bill will allow government to collect British Columbian social media data and from it create a personal profile of that user. It also at the same time, and this is very disturbing, and everybody on both sides of this House should be quite concerned about it, it removes the ability of the Privacy Commissioner to have oversight of that process. That is what the Privacy Commissioner is here for. Now, in previous roles that I have had, when recruiting and interviewing, this is an example I think is relevant, when interviewing and recruiting people for a job, you are not able to, human rights guidelines set out that you are not able to, as you are considering a candidate for a job, go onto their social media profiles and try and find out about their personal lives. You are not supposed to do that in reviewing somebody as a potential candidate for a job. Now, the reason is that it could introduce some kind of discriminatory element into the hiring process. So, for example, what if I'm looking at a potential employee's social media, and I found out they were a single mom? Well, I know, sometimes as an employer, people may not want to hire a single mom. They're concerned, they'll have lots of sick days, they'll take time off. And so now, as an employer, I've got some information which I may or may not use in a discriminatory way. Could that impact how somebody could hire them? What if the potential employer saw this person was active in a certain political group, or they were from a certain cultural background, or they had particular religious beliefs? Could this possibly impact hiring decisions? So that's exactly why we're not allowed to look at those things. That's exactly why we're not supposed to be connecting people's social media and the visits that they have on YouTube and what videos they're looking at and what surveys they're responding to. We are not supposed to be looking at that because it can be discriminatory in nature, and it is a violation of somebody's personal information. So just as a British Columbian would not know that their social media information is being used by an employer, they also wouldn't know what and how it's being used by government in this way. So this is worth repeating. This government is introducing a bill that will allow government to scrape this information and connect it to a British Columbian's personal profile. So it begs the question, why does government want to harvest British Columbian social media profiles and personal information? I haven't heard clear information from the other side of the House why it is important that government has information on the activities of British Columbians in this way, and why this should be in their jurisdiction and data collecting rights. Why does it want to know about briefing videos people watched, which ridings people live in, what pages they liked, how they interacted with a government announcement and what opinion they have of it? Now, we all constantly get those ads on Facebook that are remarkably relevant to us. So when I worked in the business school at UBC, I would constantly be targeted by global MBA programs and information on post-secondary institutions. And it was like, wow, that's crazy that they know so much about me. What a coincidence. Well, of course it's not a coincidence. They're mining my data. That's what advertising is. That's what Facebook is. When I worked in a nonprofit, the ads were all related to fundraising programs. So this is the type of information that is usually captured by advertising companies. Political campaigns, people that are trying to engage you and sell you a product or get you to change the way you're thinking about something or to influence your politics. But what legitimate reason does government have to want to capture this kind of information? Will it be used for government to personalize its messages it sends to me, to get me to change my mind about something for political purposes? Now, the changes proposed in this legislation challenge our freedom of information, our privacy, and our data. They broaden government's reach into our lives, and they close the window on what information government is collecting and using and how they're using the information they gather. Now, my colleague earlier reminded us of the NSA scandal of 2013, which shows us the dangers of how government can collect people's information and use data. The Cambridge Analytica scandal of 2018 with Facebook data saw that data improperly obtained to build voter profiles in order to influence elections. Data can be instrumental in decision-making, and government needs data so that it can set good policies, but it has to be very careful about what data that is and how they're using that information. Government does not need the personal profiles of British Columbians' thoughts and lives on social media and other platforms. And government also needs to ensure that our personal data is safe. As well as the data scraping, this amendment allows data to be stored outside of Canada and lacks guardrails on what protection it receives outside of our borders. Many jurisdictions don't have or can't be trusted to have protections on how personal information is protected. As quoted by the Privacy Commissioner, who has been quoted more times probably in the last week than ever in his life previous, to quote him again in his October 20th letter to the Minister of Citizen Services, with respect, it is not enough for the government to say guardrails will be put in place and regulations at a later date. If the government chooses to not pass a regulation, there will be no protections at all for personal information disclosed outside of Canada. So the Privacy Commissioner is saying, wait a second, you're missing something really important here. And government is saying, well, we'll get to that. We're gonna let you know what that is later. But this is legislation that impacts all British Columbians. This is the Privacy Commissioner who is flagging this as an issue and concern. Now, this government has heard from media, from the public, from members of the opposition, from the Privacy Commissioner, that this bill is flawed and that the process for bringing this bill forward is flawed. Again, the member of North Saanich, North Saanich, I'll get this at some point, Saanich North and the Islands introduced a right of privilege in this House last week with respect to bringing this bill in and how that impedes their ability to be able to carry out the work that was vested, the authority vested to them from this Legislative Assembly. And when the Speaker's response, he said, and I quote, "The government needs to be more respectful of the important work that parliamentary committees do on behalf of the House and democracy." Now that's pretty clear to me that democracy means we follow the process and we allow these special committees and select standing committees to do the work that is intended of them and to be a resource to this Legislative Assembly to come back and make recommendations that are based on consultation, that are based on professional input so that this Legislative Assembly can make knowledgeable decisions in terms of the type of legislation that's being moved forward. These are significant changes, and British Columbians have an inherent right as citizens and British Columbians to have their questions answered before any sort of legislative and regulatory changes take place, and to have feedback and provide feedback into this. And this process leaves some serious questions. So government needs to press pause on this act. I think it's a very logical, hopefully this government has learned and listened in this last week, and there's no shame in changing one's mind when they can see that perhaps it wasn't introduced the right way. So government needs to press pause on this act and let the special committee do its work. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of the motion paper that's before us, that Bill number 22 not be read a second time now, but that the subject matter be referred to the special committee to review the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Yeah, that's a lot of words. But I'm not just reading words. I am sounding an alarm bell. There is an emergency in the House. And I don't even know if my voice is going to be loud enough, or if our voices will be loud enough, and if it's actually going to carry outside of these walls. But for those that are listening, please hear us. This bill is incredibly troubling. And this motion before us is our only solution. When I was elected a year ago, just over a year ago, I didn't know how information flowed out of government. I didn't actually quite understand it. I knew about FOIs, I had used them in the past, but I wasn't totally sure about all of the intricacies. Well, I have to say, over the last year, I've been appalled by what I've learned. And let me tell you, without documented and presented data, distrust grows. The Dalai Lama has said, and I quote, "A lack of transparency results in distrust and a deep sense of insecurity," end quote. I have to say, that's what we've seen in droves over the course of the last year. Now, don't get me wrong, the role of opposition is to draw attention to these issues. It is to seek information. It is to hold government to account. So yes, today I rise to hold this government to account as they attempt to lessen accountability and transparency while increasing their reach into every British Columbian's life. Now, what really gives me cause for alarm? Let's talk about this last year. I mean, where would an FOI be necessary? I don't know. How about a report on long-term care deaths? COVID data. Oh, don't get me started. I could go down a rabbit hole on this one. But let's just talk about the impact on children. Student information on outbreaks. Then let's talk about nursing shortages, which still have not been acknowledged by the minister. UPCC outcomes? How about how deaths are reported? How hospitalizations and ICU is reported related to COVID? Then we could talk about PHSA dysfunction and executive overspends. How about firings within the Provincial Health Services Authority? Costs of severance? Or a Massey Tunnel report with 55 out of 75 pages redacted. Oh wait, all of these were done through FOI requests. None of this information was offered by government. So let's ask the question, if this government can't even get their COVID data straight and is so secretive about its own dealings, how can we trust them to protect British Columbians' privacy? Short answer is We can't. Instead, FOI requests by the opposition have resulted on exposés on these issues. FOI's requests by the media have resulted in more. And in the middle of the most traumatic time in history, this government's response to a mandate is to weaken its transparency and punish those that ask questions, while they refuse to publish the required data just to keep citizens safe. So what happens? In the absence of communication, anxiety grows. In the absence of transparency, others become leaders, like CBC and CTV journalists, who are more reputable and more reliable than the information that we are getting from government. Or how about parent groups that are now producing better information than our school districts and our Ministry of Education? Journalists and parents have done more accurate information. Kofi Annan, the former UN Secretary, quoted, "If corruption is a disease, transparency is essential as part of its treatment." Well, the bill that we had before us, the vast majority of the amendments proposed do not increase accountability, transparency, or protections of privacy for the people of BC. In fact, the amendments proposed do more to protect the privacy of the Premier, who is paid by taxpayer dollars. More to protect him than the public. The Privacy Commissioner, he's opposed the fees and other elements of the bill, and we've heard him quoted over and over again, but this government actually ignored his concerns. But I'll just use one of his quotes. He calls it, quote, "a step in the wrong direction," end quote. I would call it a marathon in the wrong direction. I would call it decades in the wrong direction. These amendments actually erode the public's privacy. I'm going to give that a second read. These amendments proposed erode the public's privacy. This bill's amendments actually expand powers to ignore requests, eliminate requirements for personal information to be stored on servers in Canada, and it removes independent oversight of data linking initiatives through which government officials can build profiles of citizens using different forms of electronic records, including social media. And, this government wants the ability to actually destroy documents before they're FOI'd. So less transparency, harder to get information, charging money for information that should be available seems pretty scary to me. Wait, did you just hear what I said? Remove independent oversight of data linking initiatives through which government officials can build profiles of citizens using different forms of electronic records, including social media. I almost think that all of this other stuff might just be a red herring, a distraction from what this government actually wants to do. This government is intending to change the current legislation to have access to this type of data without accountability or transparency. Am I sounding an alarm bell? Yes. It should concern everyone. The changes in this legislation actually challenge our freedom of information, as well as our privacy and our data. This allows a reach into our lives that we have never seen before. And if I oversimplify it, the Premier wants to hide what he's doing, and yet he wants to know everything that we're doing. And he can shrug and say, who cares? Nobody cares. Well, then why do they care about our data? Why do they care about your social media account? Oh, wait, and what could go wrong? I don't know. The words Cambridge Analytica should send chills up your spine. Story of an organization collecting data, creating profiles. Oh, wait, and then targeting people with propaganda. Actually politically interfering with elections. Data collected here in North America, stored across the ocean. I don't know what could go wrong. Yes, we've heard about the NSA scandal of 2013. But needless to say, British Columbians have a right to understand and to have questions answered before any sort of legislative and regulatory change that takes place with this order of magnitude. I want to know, what does government want to do with my data? Or that my mom or my dad or any one of my 5 kids are posting? I don't know, about an announcement of childcare funding, a COVID briefing. What about the parents who are using social media and have been lauded for the information that they're using to actually conduct their own COVID data tracking? What about them? And what about British Columbians who express disappointment via social media in government? COVID patients in the hospital, COVID in long-term care homes. What about people who post about those issues or items? Is the intent to extract as much of British Columbians' data as they possibly can? And then we ask, who uses this data? I don't know. They want permission to store it overseas. They want permission to store it, I don't know, in other countries where our laws don't apply. So let's ask this question again. Who uses the data? Well, currently we know who uses this type of data. It's about third-party companies, advertising companies, oh wait, and political campaigns. So if enough of this basic data is gathered about a user, well, you can develop a full profile on that user. Their likes, their dislikes, their views on social issues, views on hot button political issues, all it takes is for a third party to get a hold of that. And what protects a government who has that information from actually having it used nefariously? Wait, privacy laws, freedom laws that ensure privacy. What could those be? Oh, wait, we're going to change those too to make sure that doesn't give anyone access to how the government is actually using this information. When in the wrong hands, this information could be used against a user to target them without even their knowledge. It's not enough to say, we're going to deal with the regulations eventually. And my colleague from West Vancouver Capilano very eloquently quoted the Privacy Commissioner on that one. Right now, the only protection that British Columbians have against this information being used negatively is through accountability. Laws that government is held to, laws that actually promote and ensure transparency and accountability. So what does this government do? Well, together, these new data linking and data storage provisions could result in British Columbians' linked information being stored outside of Canada without any oversight of the FOI Commissioner. This bill removes the ability of the Privacy Commissioner to have oversight. Yes, we've seen this story before. Brexit, 2016 US presidential elections. It undermines democracy. It creates an opportunity for political interference. That this government actually intends to change the current legislation to have access to this type of data devoid of transparency and without accountability? Yes, it should concern everyone. The reach into our lives while closing the window on the information that's being gathered. Wow. Simply put, the Premier wants to hide what he's doing, but know everything that you are. So let me get this straight. Government's asking for bill amendments that propose to have less transparency, more government reach into my privacy, no accountability for the Premier, ability to destroy documents, create impediments to access, take the personal data of British Columbians and store it in foreign countries, and remove accountability for how this data is used. Forgive me for being somewhat suspicious. So yes, I speak in favor of a pause. This must go to committee. Because right now we have a public that relies on journalists, their MLAs, and themselves to make sure that we hold the government accountable. So I'm sounding the alarm bell, sounding it loudly. Because I don't know why the government wants this type of freedom and wants to restrict ours. But I assure you, it's not the right thing to do. And the Premier knows it. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, we are hearing some powerful words this afternoon, and expressed with, I think, an appropriate measure of passion given the subject matter that we are dealing with. We heard it just a moment ago from my colleague from Kelowna, and before that West Vancouver, and from the member for Saanich North and the Islands. And insofar as we were talking about an amendment, not just an expression of frustration, but very much a proposed solution to address with that. Before I get to that, though, let me make this observation about the nature of the debate that has taken place so far. This place doesn't really work very well when one side or the other decides not to participate. A one-sided debate isn't actually much of a debate. And whilst I think everyone understands that there will be a difference of opinion, I have to say candidly, as disappointed as I was that no single member of the government, aside from brief comments on second reading by the minister, has chosen to speak to this bill, as disappointing as that is, I am astounded. In fact, I'm not sure when this has happened last, if it has, that no member of the government has stood up to put the government's view on the amendment on the record. We haven't heard from a single, we actually don't know. We actually don't know, Mr. Speaker, what the government's view of what is traditionally called a reasoned amendment is. I don't know when that has happened last. And I will go further, Mr. Speaker. I expect the government's strategy is to allow this debate on an amendment that is regarded by our
rules is reason, but I would say in layperson's term is very reasonable for reasons I'll try to enunciate. I think the government's plan is to allow this motion to go to a vote without anyone speaking to it. Without anyone on the government side standing up to explain why, in their view, it is unreasonable, in this case, to involve the committee that is already in existence with the stated statutory purpose of doing the precise work that we are in need of today. I have, over the years, gotten to know some of the members opposite. I've never known the Minister of Forests to be shy. I've never known her to be shy about defending not just her views, but her party's views, and I suspect, like they haven't always coincided. The Minister for Jobs, I have not known him to be shy at any point in his parliamentary career. And yet not a single member of the Executive Council. And over the last few months, I have come to know other members. The member for Chilliwack is here and has spoken to matters in the past. I am certain that he has views.
Member, of course, we don't comment on the presence or lack of in this House, but you know that. Thank you, Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am certain that the member for Chilliwack has views on the reasonableness of this proposal. I would venture to guess he might even like to share those views, but has been told not to. Has been told not to, unless members of the government would have us believe that as one, they are just singularly disinterested. But, Mr. Speaker, this chamber doesn't function very well. This chamber doesn't function very well when, on a matter of this import, one side, in this case the governing side sponsoring the legislation, says we're not going to participate. We are not going to participate and articulate our reasons for why this legislation is worthy of support and why the proposed amendment to engage the committee is unworthy of support. But members like the member for Parksville has participated in committee work and I think potentially has a contribution to make. I can say this, I knew his predecessor from Parksville. She wouldn't be sitting silent. She would not be sitting silent. And Mr. Speaker, my guess is that were the members I've just referred to sitting in opposition, they wouldn't be sitting silent either. But they will need to explain that. I think this is a turning point for this government, because I have theories about governments and elections, and governments come into office and they receive a mandate from the people, and over time that the strength of support that they enjoy tends to erode away. And this government just got elected a year ago with a majority, why does it happen? I think it happens in part because of the challenges associated with governing. It's not easy. And we have to make decisions, and people react to those decisions. But I think, and I say this with I suppose a modest measure of experience, I think that erosion of support also occurs when the public begins to sense the onset of arrogance. Is there any more visible display of arrogance than a government that refuses to defend its own legislation and says to the public, we don't have to tell you anything about why this is appropriate. We don't have to tell the Legislative Assembly why it's appropriate. We're just going to do it. We're just going to do it. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that in the years ahead, and the government has 3 years left on this mandate, people will look back at this moment as a defining moment, a seminal moment in this government's time in office, and say, that's where the onset of arrogance revealed itself pointedly and graphically. The bill that we're seeking in this part of the debate to refer to the committee, called the FOIPA bill, the Freedom of Information Privacy Protection Act, or amendments to that act. Someone called me on the weekend and had a different description of that acronym. Find out if people prefer arrogance. FOIPPA. I think the government's going to find that they don't. And the government is going to discover just how angry and how unreasonable people view their behavior here with respect to this legislation. We appoint in this chamber parliamentary officers to advise the House, to advise the executive branch, and in fairness, in part to offer critique and keep the Executive Council in check. But we do that as a parliament, as a House, and such is the role, and such is how the present Privacy Commissioner has taken office. I have worked with a number in the past, starting with Mr. Flaherty, Elizabeth Denham. There was a period of time when my colleagues and I sat on that side of the House when I was in the Executive Council, when I had responsibility for the FOIPA Act, and Elizabeth Denham was the Privacy Commissioner. We met regularly, and I simply want to say this, and perhaps, well, I think they actually do understand. I think that the government is choosing to ignore this and doesn't care. It's not the first time a privacy commissioner has written a letter and made a letter public articulating a concern with proposed amendments or non-amendments in legislation affecting that office. It's not. It has happened on this government's watch even just a few months ago with respect to a Crown agency, and I expect my colleague from Kamloops will refer to that again in a moment. And by the way, it happened when those members were in opposition and we were the government. I recall particularly an occasion where a suite of amendments were brought forward by the then government, and there was one particular part of it that the Privacy Commissioner, Ms. Denham, was troubled by. And after extensive discussions, and there were some changes made, but the changes prior to the tabling of the legislation didn't go far enough, and she felt compelled in a letter that included positive commentary on many of the other changes to point out that she was still troubled by this one aspect. All right. And the minister at the time happened to be me, had to answer for that. But as others have said, I defy anyone to find an example of a letter as comprehensive as this one that has now very much become the subject of discussions in this debate, containing such wholesale condemnation and concerns on such fundamental issues. And this is not a letter that says, look, on balance, 80, 90% of this bill is moving in the right direction. I am troubled by this one area for the following reasons. This is almost the opposite of that, Mr. Speaker. It's, and I, over the weekend, was thinking to myself, is this a case, has the government somehow purporting to be caught by surprise? Until I reread the letter and found phrases like this one at page 2 in describing his concerns around this fundamental area of data residency, where the Commissioner says, however, as you are aware, I am deeply concerned. That's only one area of the concern, which tells us this, Mr. Speaker, the government was aware, the government fully appreciates and appreciated the nature of the concerns brought forward by the Privacy Commissioner and has decided to ignore them, has decided they are unimportant to whatever other agenda the government is seeking to pursue. Now, these aren't observations, views of some obscure third party or interest group. They aren't the concerns, criticisms of a political opposition. They are the expressed reservations, concerns, criticism of the person that this House appoints, a legislative officer of this House. And I am obliged to ask what the reaction would be, or is this prescient? Is this the next time we receive information and the nature of the office suggests that the Auditor General's report will contain criticisms and recommendations, are we simply going to ignore them? Are you simply going to ignore them? What would be the reaction, and this happens from time to time, when maybe the government wants to make some changes to the Conflict of Interest and Disclosure Act? I guess it's irrelevant what the Conflict Commissioner thinks about that. Okay, that's perhaps a little bit of inside baseball, and politicians get more worked up about that. But what about the representative of children and families, who is an officer of this legislature, who reviews legislation, who makes recommendations about how to best protect children? And is the government sending the message today that the advice, the review, the recommendations and the concerns of the statutory officers that this House appoints for these areas is no longer relevant? Because that's the message they're sending here. And not one member, short of a couple of minutes from the minister who was obliged to do so to introduce the bill, not one member of the government is prepared to stand up and defend this. Well, I think they're embarrassed. I think they're embarrassed, Mr. Speaker. I hear a lot in the debate. That's I suppose comes with the territory when you've been around for a bit. A lot of criticism about things that did or didn't happen under previous governments. I'm actually pretty proud of the steps that were taken around disclosure, and I'll say even personally proud. As MLAs, we disclose everything now, proactively. Proactively. Every dollar that we spend that is public money, we disclose proactively. We did that. We did that for MLAs. We did a lot of that for government, not as much as I would have liked. And there's a lot of institutional pushback. Try telling pharmaceutical companies that the contracts that they sign with the Ministry of Health for hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be proactively disclosed. I think they should be. But I failed. But these are the fundamental measures and the approaches that we have made some progress on. And I think the Privacy Commissioner played a role in that. By pushing, by critiquing, by making recommendations. But I think today, at this point, there are two components to this procedurally, never mind substantively. I haven't even got to that, but I haven't had my second reading shot yet. We're just talking about the procedure. And I think what has got at least one side of the House deeply agitated and upset is the refusal of the government to engage, which I've spoken to, and the absolute, secondly, the absolute show of contempt that this represents for a committee that exists, has been struck, is available to do this work. I actually, again, Mr. Speaker, in the same way that I said at the outset, I can't think of a time when an amendment has been tabled and the government has refused to at least inside of 5 seconds say we support or oppose it, which they haven't done. I don't know that it has ever happened, at least in the last 30 years in this House, that a committee has been commissioned, has been charged to do the work, and the government has introduced a fundamental piece of legislation that touches on that very subject area and ignores and precludes any opportunity for that committee to make a contribution. I don't know that it's ever happened. Now, we know one thing, thanks to the ruling from the chair, it's not a breach of privilege. But it's a breach of every other convention by which this House operates, Mr. Speaker. And why would the government proceed in that manner? In that arrogant fashion? Well, I got a theory, and it's a theory. But on this one, I think well, I'll say this. If my theory is wrong, I defy someone opposite to get up and say it's wrong. Because here's what I think happened. And yes, this is based on a little bit of experience. I don't think the decision to remove the Premier's office from existing FOI coverage, I don't think the other provisions of this bill as they relate to fees, as they relate to data residency, I don't think most of that came from the ministry. I think it came from the Premier's office. I think the direction to bring this bill to the House now, before the committee had an opportunity to express views on any of these matters, came from the Premier's office. I think when the bill went to the Legislative Review Committee, officials, maybe even the Premier's Chief of Staff were there to say, here's what you're going to do. And no one will notice. Well, people have noticed. People have noticed in a big way, Mr. Speaker. Arrogance. A classic demonstration by government of the approach that says, oh, we can do it because we have a majority. We're going to do it because we can. I don't know how, and maybe this explains in part, I said embarrassment, but how do you answer the unanswerable? How do you defend the indefensible when the Privacy Commissioner says there is no rational reason for making these amendments that exclude the Premier from the kind of coverage that has existed under FOI legislation? No rationale has been offered. No explanation has been presented. And I got news for members on the government side. They better settle in, because those questions are going to be answered. Now, I'm actually hopeful. I kind of celebrate the fact that I have like 1 ounce of naivety left in me after all of these years. I have 1 ounce of naivety, and it goes like this. That not in this chamber, but at some point, members of the government are going to convene in their caucus room, and that someone is going to stand up and say, why are we doing this? Why are we exposing ourselves in a way that is indefensible to ramming through a piece of legislation that flies in the face of the recommendations of the Privacy Commissioner, that unilaterally removes from the committee we struck? The member from Port Moody, Coquitlam, must feel terrible. He took this assignment, I think he took the assignment as chair of the committee. He's accepted the 8 or 10 grand that goes with it. Oh, he's got nothing to do. He must feel awful. 12 grand, I'm told. See how dated I am?
Price of a Miata.
Inflation. Now,
Car's worth it.
It was 10 grand when I was finance minister. He must feel terrible. And all kidding aside, I think the members of the committee must feel insulted. They must feel insulted to know that they have been convened, empowered, and now literally had the legislative rug pulled out from under them and left there impotent in the face of what is now before the House.
Member, I would caution you not to throw shade, so to speak, on other members in this House. Certainly understanding Order 40, I just appreciate the comments, but I would just advise you to be cautious, as I've heard other speeches going down a similar route. Thank you.
As always, your guidance is helpful, Mr. Speaker. My expression of sympathy for the chair of the committee was just that, but thank you for your guidance. The question before the House at this moment is whether it is appropriate and reasonable, given all of the circumstances, and particularly given what the independent officer of this legislature has had to say about this legislation, whether it is reasonable and proper to delay further debate on this bill until an all-party committee of this House has had a chance to examine it. That is the question before this House now. Now, my suspicion is that that's not something the government wants to do. My suspicion is that they have been told that's not going to happen. But my expectation, Mr. Speaker, and the expectation of British Columbians is that at least one of them will have the courage to stand up and explain an argument for why that isn't reasonable, Mr. Speaker. And refusal to do so. Their silence speaks volumes, not just in this chamber, but well beyond the walls of this chamber, to British Columbians who I think are slowly waking up to what is taking place here. And I don't think we'll forget. And I think people will look back on this moment in the history of this session, in the history of this mandate for this government, and observe that this marked a turning point and an unflattering turning point of a government who has decided that, armed with a majority, it will proceed as it wants without regard for the advice, without regard for the concerns, the cautions, and even the opposition of a legislative officer. It is, in my view, reasonable for this chamber to support the amendment to refer the bill to the committee. I urge all members of the House to offer that support. But look, I'll even offer a more modest request before they even consider supporting what I think is an eminently reasonable motion. If they're not prepared to do that, to at least have the temerity, one of them, to stand up and explain why. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Oh, thank you, Honourable Speaker, and glad to take my place to speak in favour of the amendment that's been put forward, that Bill 22 not be read a second time now, but that the subject matter be referred to the Special Committee to review the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. We've heard a lot of very passionate speeches this afternoon, and also very informed about the many, many reasons why this piece of legislation absolutely should be referred to the committee that is sitting right now, to this committee that was tasked with the work of reviewing this exact legislation, just as the committee in 2016 that was tasked with the work of reviewing this legislation. And the member for Abbotsford West just suggested that perhaps the members of the committee feel insulted that the work that they were tasked to do is looks like it's not going to be relevant anymore. But I wonder about the members of the 2016 committee who spent a year working on recommendations to this House on specifically amendments and reforms to this legislation. And of all the recommendations that were in that report, a year of hearing from experts, public hearings, many, many sessions of deliberation, none of those recommendations appear in these amendments. In fact, several of these amendments are the opposite of what those recommendations were. But I do want to start with answering the member for Abbotsford West's question. I'm delighted to do so, about the last time that no member of a government caucus spoke to an amendment to their bill that was on the floor. March 26, 2019. And it was the Bill 10, the Income Tax Amendment Act. And in fact, the third-party caucus, we put forward 3 amendments, 3 motions. And each of us spoke each time to those motions, and the member for Peace River North spoke. Not as a member of government caucus, he was a member of the official opposition, but not a single member of the government caucus spoke to those amendments. And in fact, only one member of government spoke to that bill, and that was the finance minister when she introduced it and when she wrapped up debate. Not one member of government caucus spoke to a bill in March of 2019 that created the framework for a $6 billion tax-funded subsidy of the LNG industry in British Columbia. And isn't it interesting today that we are discussing this and remembering that, because today this government put out an update to their climate plan, a climate plan that still includes this massive taxpayer funding of the LNG industry in British Columbia, a climate plan that still allows for a huge increase in fracking in the northeast of BC. And at the time, no member of government caucus spoke to that bill. No member of government caucus, except for the finance minister, spoke in favor of that bill. And 3 amendments were put on the floor, and it was only a member of the official opposition who spoke to those amendments. So thank you to the member for Abbotsford West for setting up a little history lesson. Always delighted to talk about the things that happen in this chamber. And I think it's really important, the point that was raised by that member about debate. And I think, again, I come back to, when are we at our best in here? And we're at our best when we're debating. We're at our best when we're listening. We're at our best when we're responding to the points and the arguments and the persuasive calls that are being brought forth from both sides of the House about legislation that will shape the future. Because that's what we're doing in here. We are shaping the future. On March 26, 2019, the future that we shaped includes the largest point source of greenhouse gas emissions in Canada. Today, what we are debating is a future in which public information and public data and public access to government information that belongs to the public. Today we are debating how public that will be, and whether in the future the citizens of this province will have the same privilege that they've had up until now to access that information without a fee, to access the information about the Premier's office. And we've heard over and over again in the cases that have been made, all of the reasons why I think we don't want that future. And I think that we should be working in here together in our debates to shape the best possible future for this province. So right now a story is being formed, and it's a story of a government that brings forward a bill that the government members are reluctant to speak to. I know some caucus members have spoken to it. But it's a story of a government that brings forward a bill, and there is a lot of resistance to this bill. Not just from the official opposition, not just from the third party, but from the Privacy Commissioner himself, from the public, from academics, from researchers, from the press. A lot of people are alarmed And so this story is, at the moment, this government will use its majority to push this piece of legislation through because they can. But it could be a different story. It could be a story of a government brings forward legislation. It's 1 year into its majority. And the two opposition parties with whom a year and a half ago they were working with quite closely in response to a public health emergency, unprecedented, and that there was enormous amount of collective pride in this building, in this chamber, of the response and the collaboration and the collective sense of responsibility that we had to shape a future at a time when our sense of what that future might look like was evaporating in front of our eyes. A year and a half ago. So the story could be that 1 year into its majority, the government brings forward a piece of legislation and hears and recognizes that the resistance to this legislation isn't simply political. It's not just partisan. It's legitimate and very serious concerns about the process, about the implications of ignoring the work of a standing committee right now, a special committee that was struck. And instead of using the power of that majority something that, when this party was in opposition, decried many times, they say, let's choose a different ending for this story. Let's choose an ending in the story where we are responsive, where we hear and listen to and respond to the criticisms that have been brought forward, because that's what a responsive government does. Let's have it be a story where we choose transparency. And we say to the public, you know what? We thought that these amendments were necessary and important, but we hear you, and we are going to turn this over to the committee to get your input on the record, and then have the committee come back to us. Because there isn't an urgent rush to pass this legislation. This legislation isn't going to determine whether people eat, or have a place to sleep, or get medical care. This legislation is internal to the workings of government. And nothing will prevent government from doing good work if this legislation doesn't go through. And so we can actually be a government that tells the story of good process. A government that says we care about decision-making processes, we care about them being transparent, we care about them being accountable, and for that we are going to show how much we care by supporting this amendment. Because there's nothing that prevents this government and its entire caucus from standing up and supporting this amendment. Not a single thing. And the amazing thing would be, they would be applauded and celebrated for doing so. It would be a win. It wouldn't be, oh, the opposition parties, push the government to do something they didn't want to do. No, no, no. The story is the NDP government responds and listens to the concerns of the public and the Privacy Commissioner and researchers and academics and the press. And they make a choice, a surprising choice, Not a choice many governments make when they have majorities, because it's a sign of weakness. But it's not a sign of weakness. It's actually a sign of strength. It's actually a sign of recognizing just how significant the burden of governing is. When you admit we're on the wrong track and we can still correct our course, and that's what we're going to do, that is a sign of strength. That is admirable. That is something to respect. And so here we are. Yet again, debating a bill that a government doesn't want to talk about very much, certainly not in here, doesn't want to engage in the debate, as the member for Abbotsford West showed, but does have the choice. Every single member of the chamber has exactly the same privilege as every single other one. And every individual member has the right to stand up and vote the way they want to. One person wanted to talk to me before they considered running for office. And I said, you need to write yourself a letter. You need to write yourself a letter for the day when you're in the legislature and you have to vote against what you want to vote for. You need to write yourself that letter right now and tell yourself, what do you do? What choice do you make on that day? And I think on March 26, 2019, I think a lot of people voted for something that perhaps they didn't want to vote for. But every member of this chamber has the opportunity to stand up and vote for what they believe in and what they stand for. And we asked this of the government then. And the story from that time we see today is a story of a government trying to say, we can have an LNG industry, an increase in fracking, a massive increase in greenhouse gas emissions, and a climate plan. But you can't have both those things and say that you're leaders in climate. You can't. You need to choose. And so today, there's a choice. And the one thing that we take away from us at the end of our time here, and all of us are here in a transitory way, some of us less transitory than others, but all of us are going to leave and pass these seats on to the next representatives. But what we will take with us for the rest of our lives are the decisions that we made, and the ones that will haunt are the ones that we made that we didn't want to. And so today is one of those opportunities. And I hope that we can have a good story out of this. Because the story's not done, it's not written. We're writing it right now. And it might have a surprise ending, and I sure hope so. So with that, Honourable Speaker, I will absolutely be supporting this amendment, and I hope to be joined by many, many of my colleagues in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise and speak to this amendment, amendment that provides for referring Bill 22 to the Special Committee to review the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. And I want to start off by acknowledging the comments of the member of the third party, and I think her comments that were following the comments from my colleague from Abbotsford West really summed up the challenge that many of us in this chamber, those of us in the opposition, have with the bringing forward of this piece of legislation, the usurping of the statutory process which exists in this place that should be respected. I will say I chuckle when the member for the third party referenced the transiency of our place in this House. The fact that we're only here for a finite period of time, and the protocols and the procedures and the traditions and the practices of this place, were here long before us and they will be here long after us. I would add one minor addition to that. I think much like orca pods, if you're here long enough, like the member from Abbotsford West, you maybe are no longer considered transient in nature. You become a resident of this place. And I say that with all due respect, because it is the member from Abbotsford West and frankly the government House leader, the Solicitor General, who we saw the other day have a wonderful exchange that really touched on two individuals that have been in this place for many decades combined and have seen a lot and have participated in a lot of votes and a lot of procedural wrangling, and have seen this place dramatically expand and modernize its practices and protocols. When we think of fixed election dates, and we think of fixed budget dates, and we think of all of the expense reporting, that the proactive disclosure that takes place here, when we think of the fact that this place used to meet, used to have all-night sittings. I don't know if the new members are aware of, how debate actually was conducted in this place. So I always stand up and take notice. I pay close attention to what those who are in this place, that have been in this place for a significant amount of time, what they have to say. And I certainly agree that this bill, Bill 22, is a significant departure. The presentation, the bringing forward of this bill is a significant departure from what is normal practice in this House. There is a committee, the Special Committee on Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy, that is charged with a statutory responsibility. This isn't just something that is done on a whim. This isn't a typical ministry engagement that a ministry can decide to do or not do. This is a statutory requirement, a statutory obligation that exists, that provides for a thoughtful, engaging, comprehensive review of this legislation, the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIPA, with the goal being to modernize it, to ensure that it adapts with time, that its provisions keep up with where society is at, that it keeps up with where technology is at, that it keeps up with where public expectation is at. That very committee is supposed to be meeting right now. That very committee, as far as I understand, it hasn't been disbanded or stood down. It exists. It has a chair. It has membership from all parties. It is supposed to be meeting. I believe it had one meeting in its current incarnation that, if I'm correct, lasted about 5 minutes. And it was, we will come back at a later date. Instead, the government has decided to bring forward Bill 22 and completely short-circuit the statutory process that that special committee was supposed to undertake. And the leader of the third party mentioned how, you know, I believe she said in 2016 there was a tremendous amount of work done, about a year's worth of work, and all these recommendations that were actually brought forward. Yes, there was a snap election in there, so there was a new government that came into office. But none of the recommendations from that work have made their way into this bill. And as was pointed out, this bill includes a number of provisions that are the opposite of what was recommended. How does that make any sense? How is that a respect for this place? How is that upholding the traditions and the practices and those long-standing procedural realities of this place? It's not. Now, the member from Saanich North and the Islands brought forward a point of privilege recently on this very matter. And I had to reread the Speaker's ruling a couple times just to make sure I completely understood. But frankly, it seemed to me that had it not been for what probably you could call a technicality, the government was in a real jam on this. Because if you actually take the time to read through the Speaker's ruling, which now forms just another brick in the practices and the protocols and the traditions of this House, you know, the themes that were in the Speaker's ruling, were things like once the House has tasked a legislative committee to report back on an issue, the committee must be allowed to do its work, or should be allowed to do its work, before amendments and recommendations are brought forward. The Speaker used a phrase in his ruling that really struck me. It was, this is an important, the work of a special committee, a statutorily created committee, is an important function within our democratic process. And his decision goes on to highlight how the government bringing forward a bill, while it always reserves the right to do that, certainly doing so on a matter that relates to the work of a special committee that has been constituted, but that has not yet done its work, has not yet considered recommendations to bring forward, that has the great potential to undermine the work of that committee. And I remember one word as well that will stick with me. The Speaker in his ruling said this would be considered to be discourteous. That's not a word that we use much. But it's a word that I think very accurately describes what the government has decided very consciously to do in bringing this bill forward. The member for Abbotsford West touched on the lack of any presentation from government members on this particular amendment in particular. I mean, this is an amendment that the official opposition and I believe the members of the third party, many if not most of us will have spoken to some aspect of it in our second reading speeches and now here as part of this amendment. And yet, apparently the government doesn't have a perspective on it. Or if they do, they don't want to convey it. They don't want to put it on the record. You know, for the new members that are in the House, this is not normal. It is not normal for a government of any political stripe to bring forward a piece of legislation that provides for sweeping reforms of existing legislation, whether there's a statutory special committee in play or not. It's not normal to not have the government sponsoring the legislation, not putting any speakers up. It's unheard of. I mentioned in my second reading comments on this bill the other day that there are many members on the other side, many government members that would have valuable insights that I think all of us would appreciate to consider on this matter. The member from Vancouver Falls Creek, who I have tremendous respect for, has a very extensive background in the tech sector. She knows in intimate detail her way around all of the issues that are dealt with in this legislation, whether it's data residency or data linking, and amongst a number of other issues. I'd like to hear what she has to say about this amendment. There's the member from Surrey Panorama. She's actually a former Minister of Citizen Services. She was formerly responsible for the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. I would suspect that she would have a few interesting things to say about this piece of legislation. Apparently not. The Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, when he was in opposition in Ottawa as a federal MP, boy, did he ever have a lot to say about what he called toll gates fees when the federal government imposed a $5 application fee for Freedom of Information requests. He had all kinds of stuff to say. But that was as an opposition member. That was then. Today, here in British Columbia's legislature, he's a minister of the Crown. He has had nothing to say about this piece of legislation. It's outrageous. Now, Mr. Speaker, the reason that this motion is, notwithstanding the lack of government members apparently feeling compelled or being allowed to step up and offer their insights and their views on this, the underlying motivation for this amendment, from our perspective, is this. This bill is deeply, deeply flawed. Whether you consider the significant financial barriers to freedom of information that will come through the fees that are proposed in this legislation, whether you consider the extraordinary, almost brazen decision to exclude the Premier's office from the purview of freedom of information legislation in this province, whether you want to dive deep or not into yes, I will use this word, insidious, the insidious provisions relating to data linking and data residency that are not defined, that are not clearly laid out in this legislation, whether you are concerned about the significant reduction in oversight of the Commissioner's office in and of itself. And we've heard, I think, some very appropriate comments about the independence, but also the capability, the professionalism of that office, and the professionalism of the person who holds that office today. If you're concerned about the attack on that office's oversight on this legislation, or if it's that you're simply concerned that so much of this important detail here, so much of what will bring to life these new data residency requirements or these new data linking provisions or any number of the other major changes in this sweeping piece of legislation, it's all being done through regulation. It's not even going to be debated and discussed in this House. So whatever your concern is, amongst what I just listed there, and there are others, this legislation is deeply, deeply flawed. And the saddest reality of all is that there's a special committee on the special committee to review the FOIPA Act that is charged with the statutory responsibility to actually undertake a review, to engage with stakeholders, to maybe have a conversation on the front end of any changes with the FOIPA commissioner, and to bring back to government recommendations for inclusion in a sweeping piece of legislation that would then be brought to this House. That would be putting the cart after the horse. That's why it's so important that we stand here today and support this, this amendment to the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, noting the hour, I'm going to reserve my place in the debate, and I do have more to say and look forward to that. But noting the hour, I reserve my place in the debate and move adjournment of the debate.
Members, you heard the motion to adjourn the debate. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader, Acting Government House Leader.
What do I say?
Huh? I move now that the House adjourn.
Member, you heard the motion to adjourn the House. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.